Hey, T Sippers. Hey, T Sippers. Hey, T Sippers. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you. And just in case you didn't know it, somebody loves you. Happy Valentine's Day. Come on in. I know I'm late, and this time. Oh, I forgot to take my olive oregano. I was trying to see if somebody was trying to follow behind me, waiting to go live when I go live. I'm saying surely that's not the case. Surely nobody would be doing that to old on TV on purpose, would they? Surely not. Surely not. So that was why I was just stalling and getting my pictures and stuff together, trying to see something. Ain't that what they say? I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something with my good eye. I was up late last night, way in the midnight hour, trying to get an understanding of what's really, really, really going on up in here, up in here. You understand? But yeah, I was trying to see something for real. People be coming out the woodworks, coming for you. So listen. Hey, Joe. Ooh, ain't that pretty with your name all green and that blue star by your name? Ain't that pretty? Pretty, pretty. Now, y'all, I want y'all to bear with me because I ain't, what time is it? It's 2 o'clock. Almost 2 o'clock. I ain't ate nothing. But I tell you what, now when I woke up, my knee was feeling much, much better. I think that I figured out it was the inflammation from what I was eating. Baby, once you detox, oh yeah, I'm a tree lover. You're a tree lover. Yeah, I figured out that what you eat, for real, once you have detoxed a lot of that toxic stuff out your body, even with an ailment, if you go to messing, am I almost out of this? I am almost out of my, oh Lord. I have been having it. It done been done expired. It has done some good for me. But anyway, yeah. So I didn't eat none of that junk yesterday just to see, was I going to wake up in pain? And I didn't. Yes, I got to be mindful of that. So, but listen, President Barack Obama has come out talking. Now, I've waited to review it with you. But in the meantime, there's some other stuff that's going on right in front of us. These folks are so bold. They are so absolutely bold until it's not even funny. So please, bear with me today. I'm going to have to show y'all something. But shout out to Brian. He has sat down with President Barack Obama to tap into how he feeling about what's going on right in front of our eyes. So we're going to take some time and how he feel about, I'm assuming, what was said about him and how he feel about what's going on. So let's put our good ear on. Can we listen with our good ear? Let's go. And come in, please. Please come in, hitting the like button. We got some hot tea today, baby. Early. We got some tea. And it's hot. Let's go. If I cut the volume
President
up.
of the United States, Barack Obama. Mr. President, thanks so much for joining me.
It is wonderful to be here, Brian. Thank you for having me.
So, as you know better than anybody, the discourse has devolved into a level of cruelty. It is my honor to be joined by the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama. Mr. President, thanks so much for joining me.
It is wonderful to be here, Brian. Thank you for having me.
So, as you know better than anybody, the discourse has devolved into a level of cruelty that we haven't seen before. What was disqualifying just a few years ago now not only feels fine, acceptable, but actually rewarded. You have administration officials saying that the victims of ISIS aggression are domestic terrorists. You have J.D. Vance coming out and saying that it's okay. You don't have to apologize for being white. Just days ago, Donald Trump put
Happy
a picture
Valentine.
of you, your face on an ape's body. And so again, this is kind of, we've seen the de-evolution of the discourse. How do we come back from a place that we have fallen into?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling.
Yes.
It is true that it gets attention. It's true that it's a distraction. But, as I'm traveling around the country, as you're traveling around the country, you meet people. They still believe in decency, courtesy, kindness, and there's this sort of.
Then why they co-signing with him?
Coming on social media and on television, and what is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office, right? So that's been lost. But the reason I point out that I don't think the majority of the American people approve of this is because ultimately the answer is going to come from the American people. And we just saw this in Minnesota and Minneapolis.
They stood up
for us to recognize the unprecedented nature of what ICE was doing in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the way that federal agents, ICE agents, were being deployed without any clear guidelines, training, pulling people off, out of their homes, using 5-year-olds to try to
bait their parents.
Yeah. Right.
All the stuff that we saw, tear gassing crowds simply who were standing there, not breaking any laws. So the rogue behavior of agents of the federal government is deeply concerning.
That we are paying for.
Dangerous. But we should take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary outpouring of organizing, community building, decency, neighbors buying groceries for folks, accompanying children to school, teachers who were standing up for their kids, not just randomly, but in a systematic, organized way. Citizens saying, this is not the America we believe in, and we're going to fight back, and we're going to push back with the truth, and with cameras, and with peaceful protests, and shining a light on the sort of behavior that in the past we've seen in authoritarian countries, and we've seen in dictatorships, but we have not seen in America. And that kind of heroic, sustained behavior in sub-zero weather by ordinary people is what should give us hope. And it should remind us that at the end of the day, the way we get a democracy that's working, the way we get policies that actually are helping working families get ahead, the way that we restore norms rule of law, decency, it's going to be because we, citizens, are activated and paying attention and saying enough and saying, you know, we have a different idea of what the American family should look like and community should look like. And that is what I'm seeing across the board. So, you know, I was on a panel a while back, and I said, you know, a lot of the values that we say we subscribe to, during easy times, during peaceful times, it's easy to say we believe in those things.
Right, when they're not challenged.
When they're not challenged. You know, it's easy to believe in free speech.
Thank you,
when,
Strong Survive.
it doesn't seem like the government's trying to crack down on free speech.
Thank you.
It's
Happy
easy
Valentine.
to say that, you know, we believe in the golden rule when we aren't at risk of being arrested when we exercise the golden rule.
Yeah.
Right now, we're being tested. And, you know, the good news is what we saw in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and what we're seeing in places across the country, including here in Los Angeles, has been the American people saying, no, you know what, at least a good number of the American people saying, we're going to live up to those values that we say we believe in. And as long as we have folks doing that, I feel like we're going to get through this.
So I hear and appreciate what you're saying about the agency of individuals. As we look toward our elected officials, our Democratic leaders, I think something that I've been having a lot of trouble reconciling is for so long it's felt like Democrats are solely focused on protecting norms, institutions, processes, and then you've got a Republican Party that sees what it wants and will find a way to get it. Laws be damned, Constitution be damned, rules be damned. And we're seeing that play out right now. And so, you know, given this massive asymmetry, where it often leaves us feeling like it's a Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown over and over and over again situation, what needs to be done? And do you think that our Democratic leadership and our Democratic elected officials understand that for the first time?
Well, look, I think we have to acknowledge that we've got the harder job, right? So we believe in government as a tool for good, as a potential force to create more jobs, and as a way to make sure that the planet doesn't roast, to make sure that as we move forward and the economy grows, that everybody and not just some are benefiting, and the kids are getting a good education. And what that means is that we have to think about the consequences of our actions. We have to try to figure out how do we get working majorities to actually pass laws and to implement those laws and to make things happen. Tearing stuff down doesn't require all that. So when you talk about Republicans, for example, it seems like they see what they want and they just go after it. Well, they've passed one significant piece of legislation since
Happy Valentine's to you as well.
They haven't actually codified and institutionalized much of anything. They have poured a huge amount of money into ICE and their immigration agenda. And they've cut taxes for really wealthy people. And now they're trying to unravel a bunch of rules and norms and laws that are already in place. That's an easier job. So I say that because we should accept the responsibility and the challenge that our job's going to be a little bit harder. Because in order for us to get stuff done, like let's say the Affordable Care Act,
I'll be sending you monions for membership and Super Chat. I appreciate all of your hard work. You are so very welcome, Strong Survive. I greatly appreciate that.
There's been some unwillingness on the part of Democrats in the past to break down some of the institutional barriers for us getting stuff done just because, well, it's always been done that way. And I'll give you an example that frustrated the heck out of me when I was president, which was the filibuster
Ooh,
in the
hugs
Senate.
and kisses cake. Hugs and
The
kisses
Senate is
cake.
already
Thank you for the big old heart-shaped hugs and kisses cake. Ooh wee, ooh wee. I greatly appreciate it. I ain't never seen that one. I did ask for some cookies, but I got a cake. A big one. Thank you. Something sweet. I greatly appreciate it. Let me back that up. I saw that big old cake pop through. My eyes got big. Let's go.
a bunch of rules and norms and laws that are already in place. That's an easier job. So I say that because we should accept the responsibility and the challenge that our job's going to be a little bit harder. Because in order for us to get stuff done, like let's say the Affordable Care Act, well, we've got to cobble together a majority, and we've got to persuade, and we've got to convince. And so I do think that there's been some unwillingness on the part of Democrats in the past to break down some of the institutional barriers for us getting stuff done, just because, well, it's always been done that way. And I'll give you an example that frustrated the heck out of me when I was president, which was the filibuster in the Senate. The Senate is already structurally skewed and anti-majoritarian, right? It's hard for majorities to get stuff done, whether it's trying to pass civil rights legislation in the 60s or trying to get gun control legislation or what have you, because even though majority of people support it, Delaware and Wyoming have the same number of senators as California, right? All right, so that would require a constitutional amendment. You then compound that with a filibuster, and the truth is that Democrats for some time have been traditionalists in wanting to preserve that when it blocks us from making government effective, which in turn makes people feel like government is corrupt and not caring about them.
Which lends itself
Which
to the
then lends
Republicans.
itself to the kind of, it gives folks like Trump an opening, right? So redistricting is another good example of where I strongly believe we should not be having politicians draw lines that determine who's voting for them. We should have voters decide who their politicians are. And I've worked with Eric Holder to help set up the terrific work that the NDRC has been doing to try to make sure that we have fair maps. But the fact that Governor Newsom here in California and others said, well, if they're going to try to gerrymander their way out of losing this upcoming midterm, then we're going to respond. And we're going to respond in a lawful way where we put it up to a referendum and let people decide and not just give away the store because of traditions. And that was the right response. So I do think that I don't want us to simply duplicate the behavior of the other side. I don't want us to have a slash and burn strategy where we don't care about rule of law. We don't care about some of the guardrails around our democracy. We start lying and having no regard for the truth the way the other side seems to be comfortable with right now. Because if that's how we fight, then we lose what we're fighting for.
We lose.
But that doesn't mean we have to get punked or be saps. And or to cling to traditions just for the sake of tradition. I think what we have to continually evaluate is, in this moment in time, how do we make sure that we can advance our agenda in a way that reflects what's good for ordinary folks, not special interests, not simply the well-to-do, and how do we do that in a way that's consistent with integrity, honesty, democracy, the values that we claim to want to uphold. And I think it's possible to do that.
Not
But
with Trump.
the reason I started with reminding ourselves, yes, we have a harder job, because sometimes I think we're tough on Democrats, saying, why aren't you being as mean and tough and nasty as they are? Well, when I was president of the United States, I suppose I could have simply unilaterally ordered the military to, go into some red state and harass and intimidate a governor there, or cut off funding for states that didn't vote for me. I could have exercised that prerogative, but that is contrary to how I think our democracy is supposed to work. And I think we shouldn't get discouraged by the fact that we have a tougher job. What we should do is expect that our side is smart enough to figure it out.
So you had mentioned persuasion, and I think that that's a really good point here, because as we eventually head toward a next general election cycle, we're going to be contending with a lot of the same infighting that's plagued Democrats before. You'll often have leftists and progressives butting up against liberals and moderates. And look, you are the ultimate pragmatist, and so what advice do you have as we head toward this election cycle, this eventual 2028 election cycle, so that we don't devolve into the same, 2016 era Bernie Hillary redux that feels like it always consumes the left?
Y'all, please come in hitting the like button. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Happy Valentine's.
Well, look, first of all, I think it's important to remember that the divisions in the Democratic Party tend to get magnified in the media. Relative to the divides that exist in most other countries, where you have a parliamentary system, you have multiple parties, and you got Green Party, and you got the center-left party, and you've got a socialist party, and sometimes you got a communist party.
Yeah.
Our differences get exaggerated. Listen, Bernie Sanders believes, just like Nancy Pelosi believes, just like Chuck Schumer believes, just like Hakeem Jeffries believes, just like AOC believes, in equality and non-discrimination against people because of race or gender or sexual orientation. Well, all Democrats believe in that. That's a core value. Democrats believe that government should provide a strong safety net for people when they're down on their luck. Everybody I just mentioned believes in that. Everybody believes that there should be some regulation of the market so that you don't have monopolies and oligopolies that are simply dictating the terms of the economy, and that we should have a tax system that levels out some of the inequalities that result. So I think it's important for us to remind ourselves as a starting point, what do we have in common? Most of the time, the differences are tactical. Right? It has to do with, well, how much of a tax hike can people put up with? How much regulation should we be thinking about when it comes to climate change? And if we recognize that typically the arguments in the Democratic Party aren't about core values, but are really around tactics and how do you get stuff done, now we can have a robust debate. And I want a robust debate.
Yeah.
And what we can also do is not try to nationalize every issue all the time. This last off-year election, I think, was a great example. You've got a candidate like Spanberger in Virginia, who runs what would be considered a more centrist campaign, and runs a terrific campaign. And then you've got Mondami in New York, who runs a explicitly socialist grassroots campaign and excites and mobilize folks. And that can win in New York City. It probably could not win in Virginia. And that's okay. That's healthy.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think we get into arguments. A recent one, this idea that the quote unquote abundance agenda is somehow a sellout, and folks on the left getting exercised because, oh, this is part of this sort of corporate Democrats trying to take over the party. Well, no, not really. What I think it is entirely legitimate to say, for example, we need to build more affordable housing, which is going to require higher taxes on people like me and people who are well off in order to subsidize the construction of affordable housing, let's say in a place like California, and also be able to say, you know what, there are a bunch of well-intentioned rules and zoning laws and so forth that baby boomers like me and existing homeowners have used to block the construction of affordable housing, even in democratic cities. And so if we want to actually deliver housing rather than have some abstract argument, then we got to figure out not an either or, do we spend more money or do we reform some of these things that are preventing the construction of affordable housing? We have to do both. And I want us to have those arguments. And one last thing I think that's I've noticed in a lot of our internal arguments, a lot of which, by the way, are taking place
Thank you,
online.
Flip Mode.
Ordinary
Happy
voters.
Valentine's Day.
This is all completely
hyper-online.
off their radar screen.
Yeah.
One of the things I think it's important for Democrats, for us also to recognize, progressives to recognize, folks on the left to recognize, it's possible for us to have a moral sense of what is right and true and what needs to be done.
This is day 1 of my stepmom practicing Tai Chi. This is day 26.
Hey, Richard, like,
And
comment,
also recognize that
subscribe, and share. Couldn't
we
get that
are
out.
in
Thank
a
you.
particular time and place here in America, and voters are not going to agree with us 100% on everything. And so it is not a sellout, it's not a betrayal to say that we're going to shape our agenda and our message in a way that allows us to build a working majority to get stuff done. And I think particularly around social issues, sometimes we get confused around this. You witness what happened in Minneapolis, and you say to yourself, morally speaking, that 5-year-old child who's standing in front of that SUV as his father's being dragged off, that child is equal to mine or any child. His immigration status, his nationality, does not change the love and decency that we should be showing that child. But what is also true is that we're a nation of laws, we have borders, and we've got to figure out an immigration policy that is orderly and that is fair and is enforced in a sensible way that is compatible with our
Double
values,
tap the
but
screen
may
and
not
hit
fully
3
capture
dots
the degree
in
to
the
which
corner to the
that
like,
kid should
share,
have
and
the same chances
subscribe.
in life as
Thank y'all.
a U.S. citizen kid. But, we've got to accommodate the reality that the majority of the American people think that there's a difference between somebody who's a U.S. citizen and somebody who's not, and that they want an orderly immigration system. And sometimes I think what happens in the online debate is if somebody suggests, well, we have to have some immigration enforcement, then somebody...
You deported more people than he had, sir, respectfully. And didn't nobody have to die. I mean, I ain't trying to check you or nothing, sir. I'm just saying. You did it, and nobody had to be unalive. How is that? Oh, your heart wasn't there. Your heart wasn't in unaliving people. You're not cruel with unusual punishment. Yeah, okay, I get it. You are so politically astute, but carry on.
He's going to point at that child and say, well, so you don't care about that kid.
Yeah.
So you must be a bad person. The same would be true, let's say, here in Los Angeles around the homeless issue. I think morally, ethically speaking, it is an atrocity that in a country this wealthy, we have people just on the streets. And we should have we should insist on policies that recognize their full humanity, people who are houseless, and be able to provide them the help and resources that they need. But we should also recognize that the average person, doesn't want to have to navigate around a tent city in the middle of downtown. And that we're not going to be able to build a working majority and support for the resources that we need to help folks like that, whether it's drug treatment or temporary housing or what have you. We're not going to be able to generate support for it if we simply say, you know what, it's not their fault, and so they should be able to do whatever they want, because that's a losing political strategy. That doesn't mean that we care less about those folks. It means that if we really care about them, then we got to try to figure out how do we gain majority support and be practical in terms of what we can get through at this moment in time and build on those victories. That a lot of times is the arguments that are taking place, but they become sort of performative, and people start saying, oh, you're selling out, or conversely, I think sometimes folks at the center say, you're being impractical and dismissing legitimate critiques and concerns. And then what we need to be able to do is to maintain both ideas at the same time, which is our long-term goals have to be driven by our values and our core beliefs and our ethics and our morals, and the sense that every person counts. And short-term, we got to win elections.
Right.
And anyway, the good news is, I think that the folks that we are
Hey, Lewis,
fighting
happy Valentine's Day.
the current White House, this administration, and their enablers, they're behaving so badly, they're doing such crazy stuff, that it shouldn't be hard for our side to coalesce around the areas where we agree on.
Say that again. They doing so badly.
And our ethics and our morals, and the sense that every person counts. And short term, we got to win elections.
Right.
And anyway, the good news is, I think that the folks that we are fighting politically, the current White House, this administration, and their enablers, they're behaving so badly, they're doing such crazy stuff, that it shouldn't be hard for our side to coalesce around the areas where we agree on and focus on that. And I think that, that is going to happen if we are effective in winning the midterms, if we then have a robust primary for who's going to be the next Democratic president. We shouldn't be afraid of having a robust debate. I want all comers to sort this out. I benefited from having about as grueling a primary as I could have. It made me a better candidate. It ultimately made me a better president, because I had been tested. My ideas had been tested. The story I was telling about America had been tested. And that's what we should be looking for, rather than expecting that somehow we're going to all come up with some consensus blueprint master plan that everybody's going to execute. You know, Democrats aren't good at doing that anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think, one block of voters who I think there has been particular focus paid to right now is young voters. And, you were able to mobilize a generation of young voters in a way that hadn't been done before. I got involved in politics because of you. And in fact, a lot of millennials, folks my age, got involved in politics
Hey,
because of
William.
you.
Happy Valentine's
When I
Day.
was a student, you could not find any other students on campus who were not supporting your campaign. Democrats and you had owned the cultural zeitgeist in a way that hadn't been done before, and frankly hasn't been done since. And we've seen a shift happen, obviously, from 2008, 2012 up to 2024.
Right.
And for the first time, we saw Democrats really lose their grip on culture in a way that hadn't happened before. And so, what is your advice in terms of remobilizing a generation of Americans that we've had trouble mobilizing up to this point?
Well,
Hey guys, this is Senator John Ossoff in Georgia, and please hear me out because I'm the only Democratic senator up for re-election in a state that Donald Trump won. So if you can chip in $5 or $10 or $15 right now to help us win this Senate race, if you're furious at what is happening to our country right now, please help. Click right here, contribute what you can, and thank you so much.
Soon as I walked away.
Something and thought, now this.
And I can't walk that fast right now. Hold on. Please hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it.
look, part of it has to do with the fact that I was young.
Yeah.
So
Maybe don't nominate
so I
octogenarians.
look, I am
What was the question?
24,
Right.
and for the first time, when I was a student, you could not find any other students on campus who were not supporting your campaign. Democrats and you had owned the cultural zeitgeist in a way that hadn't been done before, and frankly hasn't been done since. And we've seen a shift happen, obviously, from 2008, 2012 up to 2024.
Right.
And for the first time, we saw Democrats really lose their grip on culture in a way that hadn't happened before. And so, what is your advice in terms of remobilizing a generation of Americans that we've had trouble mobilizing up to this point?
well. Look, part of it has to do with the fact that I was young.
Yeah.
And
Maybe don't nominate
So I
octogenarians?
look. I'm 64 now.
Dang.
Pretty healthy. 64. Feel great.
Yeah.
But the truth is, half of the references that my daughters make about social media, TikTok, etc., I don't know who they're talking about.
Yeah.
There is a element of, at some point, you age out. You're not connected directly to the immediate struggles that folks are going through.
Right. I
And
agree.
so I'm not making a hard and fast rule here, but I do think that Democrats do well when we have candidates who are plugged into the moment, to the zeitgeist, to the times, and the particular struggles that folks are thinking about as they look towards the future rather than look backward toward the past. And so some of it is choosing candidates who check that box. I do think that there is an element of joy that Democrats lost sometimes. Our campaign was fun. We had some, look, it wasn't always fun for me, but we built a community. We gave people a sense that if you are part of this, you're doing something meaningful. And it wasn't just talk. Young people ran our campaigns. We empowered them. We put them in charge. They were out there figuring stuff out. I'm not the person who was figuring out our media strategy. I was not the person who was out there, knocking on doors and talking to voters and creating events. It was 20 and 30-year-olds. And so what happened in our campaign, and what you recently saw in Mondami's campaign in New York.
Yeah.
When there's that sense of joy and engagement and involvement, then people feel like, all right, this is not just some transactional grind.
Mm-hmm.
This is me becoming part of a community and joining with others. And I think young people respond to that. And then a corollary to that is I do think that culturally, and I've talked about this before, we did turn off. I think there was a certain way of talking about issues for Democrats where we sounded like scolds.
Like what?
And I've said this before.
Lewis, number one. Wow.
There was a virtue signaling that made it seem as if ordinary folks, if they did not say things in exactly the right way or meet this litmus test, that they were being chastised, pushed away. And the truth is, most of us, all of us, are complicated, and we have blind spots, and sometimes we say dumb stuff, and if you want to create an environment that is welcoming and makes people feel, okay, there's room for me here, then the message and the story we tell has to be, all right, none of us are perfect. All of us count. We all have good in us that we can tap into. We can all learn from each other. And I think that is something we need to recover. That's part of the fun.
Definitely need to
of
recover.
politics. That's part of the community and the social bonding that can come about. And we saw that in Minneapolis. I mean, somebody showed me a friend of mine, Michelle Norris, is from Minnesota, and she was up there, and she was going around talking to neighbors and people she'd known for a long time as they were mobilizing protests and activities around ICE. And she showed me a clip of this street band that was performing every night after all these activities had been taking place and protests, etc. And they were just out there and they were playing music, and I'm trying to figure out how they were playing, horns and drums, etc. in like 0-degree weather, because I would not have been able to put my lips on a trumpet. And people were celebrating what they had accomplished. And it was an embodiment of the values that make us care about other people. And that, I think, is a spirit that when Democrats tap into that spirit, then we win. The other side does the mean, angry,
Demagoguery.
Exclusive, us, them, divisive politics. That's their home court.
Yeah.
Our court is coming together. Our court is, look, a great example. Wasn't political. Bad Bunny's halftime show.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah.
Well, it resonated. It was smart because it wasn't preaching. It was showing. It was demonstrating and displaying. This is what a community is. And people who did not speak Spanish and have never been to Puerto Rico, they saw that elderly woman serving a drink and the kids dancing with their grandmas, and it was intergenerational, and it was a reminder of what Dr. King called the beloved community can look like, which is not perfect, and it's messy sometimes, and I guarantee you not all those lyrics were probably politically correct, and
Yeah.
if you translated them, and they're people are complicated, but there was a sense of, all right, there's room for everybody here,
Yeah.
and that I think is where we win.
Your presidential center is opening up this summer, and you've dedicated your post-presidency to lifting up the next generation of leaders, oftentimes in defiance of people begging and pleading with you to stay involved in the political process.
Right.
And so
Please
why is
do.
it important for you to defer to those people, especially at a moment where it feels like there is a vacuum of leadership on the left? You are among, if not the most popular politician in America, and so you're right here, And so why is it important for you in this moment to make sure that you defer to others?
Well, first of all, I'm not a politician anymore, and I can't be, right? I mean, I guess technically I could run for, city council or something, but
Yeah.
I'm not in elected office. I don't have levers of power. I'm term limited out, and by the way, I believe in the Constitution, and also I believe in my marriage, and Michelle would divorce me even if I could. But I've always,
Michelle,
I mean, this has been a central tenet of
dang it, we need him.
my work even before I was in elected office, that our job as leaders is to lift up other leaders, to empower others, to find their gifts and help them exercise those gifts. And so when I left the presidency, I said, what's our foundation going to do? We care about climate change. We care about racial justice. We care about healthcare. We care about a whole bunch of issues, and I work on those issues. Now, right now, I'm spending a lot of time helping to think about how we're going to respond to AI as it's coming down the pike, and it's moving fast. So I care about specific issues, but the thing I thought I could do uniquely, Michelle and I still have the capacity, not just here in the United States, but globally, to inspire and motivate young people and invite them into this process. And that's what we need. We just talked about it. You look at where excitement's going to come from. It's going to come from the 20, 30-year-olds who know firsthand what it means to not be able to buy a house, know firsthand what it means to see some of the ladder's opportunity being taken away, have grown up in a moment in which there's more social isolation, right? And so understand both the good and the bad of social media, and so they're the ones who are going to craft these, who are going to remake our institutions so that they are consistent with the values that are, I think, timeless. And so what we've tried to do at the foundation has been to identify potential leaders, not just with traditional credentials, not just the kids coming out of fancy schools or with the top grades, but union organizers and grassroots organizers, as well as journalists and teachers and healthcare professionals and human rights activists. And we've now had thousands of folks go through the program, and these are folks who are doing remarkable stuff at very young ages. I mean, they're setting up health clinics in sub-Saharan Africa, or they're designing new programs for intervention to help with the opioid crisis in Appalachia, or they're working on how do we educate kids and using technology in remote rural areas and Native American reservations. Remarkable folks doing amazing stuff. And the Presidential Center, which will be opening up in June, is going to be the hub around which all this activity happens. And there'll be a museum with Michelle's dresses, since that's what people want to see.
Yeah.
We'll have some sports memorabilia and some cool stuff in there. But really, the heart of the Presidential Center is going to be the music studio to where kids are learning how to tell stories through music and a place to record podcasts so they can learn how to talk about the issues in ways that resonate. And there's a Chicago Public Library in there, and there's an auditorium where young people will be exposed to world leaders who are coming through
Positive.
and talk about their
Hey,
own
Satoria.
journey. And what that does is
Hey,
it
Joe.
builds
Hi,
a
Mary.
community of activists.
Happy
And
Valentine's
it
Day.
reminds people you're not alone. You're not alone in your sorrow when you see and come up
Sorry, I
with
hit
new
the.
solutions and how do we remake
Dang
these
it.
institutions so that they work for this generation. And that kind of spirit is what we hope this president Native American reservations. Remarkable folks doing amazing stuff. And the Presidential Center, which will be opening up in June, is going to be the hub around which all this activity happens. And there'll be a museum with Michelle's dresses, since that's what people want to see.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll have some sports memorabilia and some cool stuff in there. But really, the heart of the Presidential Center
Shout out
is going
to
to be the
Michelle's dresses.
studio to
We-
where
we-
kids are learning how to tell stories through music and a place to record podcasts so they can
We're not gonna
learn
stun
how
on her
to,
dresses.
talk about the issues in ways that resonate. And there's a Chicago Public Library in there, and there's an auditorium where young people will be exposed to world leaders who are coming through and can talk about their own journey. And what that does is it builds a community of activists, and it reminds people you're not alone. You're not alone in your sorrow when you see some of the stuff that's been happening in this country over the last year. But you're also not alone in being able to figure out how do we push back and come up with new solutions, and how do we remake these institutions so that they work for this generation. And that kind of spirit is what we hope this Presidential Center will constantly refresh and renew. This is kind of a social change university, and we want just ordinary visitors who don't think of themselves as activists, as they go through these exhibits and they see what's been done in the past. We want them to think, well, what can I do? And we'll be giving them all kinds of ways in which they can then connect with local organizations and get active in their own communities around the things that they care about. That kind of reinvigorating our civic muscles, giving people a sense of, I'm not going to just sit here and doom scroll or occasionally, tweet some complaint about what's happening, but that I actually have agency and I can actually make a difference. We want to encourage that, and that's what we saw and have been seeing across the country in response to the violations and overreach and lawlessness.
Lawlessness.
It's been coming out of this administration. We just have to encourage that and cultivate that. And
Something like we ain't never seen before
assume that it happens on its own.
in our lifetime.
I became president because very early on in my career, I had people teach me the power of community and other people joining together around common interests. And I tried to manifest what I had learned in every campaign I ran, and tried to ride that all the way through my presidency. And I didn't figure out all that stuff on my own. And we have a long history in this country, dating back to the abolitionist movement and the suffragist movement, and on through the civil rights movement and the union movement. And we have a long history internationally. uh, Gandhi, learning from
Oh yeah,
Thoreau, who
thank
then
you for the bronze
inspires
medal, Satoya.
King, who then inspires Mandela, who in the
He
meantime, Mike
he
Valesa is,
absolutely
helping to, in
has
solidarity or helping to bring down the Iron
standards,
Curtain and
knowledge,
inspiring the
integrity.
people power in the Philippines. And you know, there, that spirit, that energy, it's out there, and you can feel it, but it's bottled up. We haven't given enough outlets for young people to figure out, how do I become a part of that, and that's this enormous untapped power that we have to get back to.
Hungry root makes sticking to my
Oh my
anti-inflammatory
God,
diet so
we got to
easy.
get
I
back
just
to
started
it.
an anti-inflammatory diet, and at first I
So I want to.
Then inspires Mandela, who in the meantime, Mike Valesa is, helping to, and solidarity or helping to bring down the Iron Curtain and inspiring the, people power in the Philippines. And there, that spirit, that energy, it's out there, and you can feel it, but it's bottled up. We haven't given enough outlets for young people to figure out, how do I become a part of that, and that's this enormous untapped power that we have to get back to.
So I want to do a little bit of a lightning round here because it's not often I'll get access to the
Come on,
President
man.
of the United States. So a couple
He
questions.
said, "Come
here.
on, man."
Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
It's funny that he. It's
There-
funny that he brought that up. Didn't we talk about aliens last night? It is funny. So I wonder, is there a difference between reptilians and aliens? I mean, they look different, but I have plans to touch on that today. It's funny that he asked that. It's absolutely funny that he asked that.
Gandhi, learning from Thoreau, who then inspires King, who then inspires Mandela, who in the meantime, Mike Valesa is, helping to, and solidarity or helping to bring down the Iron Curtain and inspiring the, people power in the Philippines. And there, that spirit, that energy, it's out there, and you can feel it, but it's bottled up. We haven't given enough outlets for young people to figure out, how do I become a part of that, and that's this enormous untapped power that we have to get back to.
So I want to do a little bit of a lightning round here because it's not often I'll get access to the
Come on,
President
man.
of the United States. So a couple questions here. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51. There's no underground facility.
Yes, I don't know.
Unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
What are the aliens? Is there a person that you most want to meet that you haven't met yet?
I'll be honest with you. Being president, or even being the next president, I can kind of meet everybody. So I've met a lot of folks.
Yeah.
The person who I have not yet met, and that I'm looking forward to meeting, and I hope I get an opportunity sometime in the future, is the new Pope, who is from Chicago and a White Sox fan. I had the pleasure of getting to know Pope Francis pretty well, and he was legit. There's some figures. He's one. The Dalai Lama is another, who they're how you hope they are. They kind of walk the walk.
Yeah.
And my sense of this new Pope is he's cut from that cloth.
Yeah.
Somebody who, worked in places, that really needed help. and what wasn't just preaching from a pulpit, but getting his hands dirty, trying to help people. So I'm looking forward to talking to him.
I think we can. I think
At some point I'll probably have it. Yeah.
What world leader did you like the most and the least?
You know, there are a lot of world leaders I enjoyed. Angela Merkel I became very close to because she really was the leader of Europe during my presidency, and we were grappling with a bunch of different stuff. She came from a center-right tradition. I obviously come from a center-left position, but she had integrity.
Integrity goes
smart,
a long way.
And we're both analytical and practical, and try to figure out how to problem solve. And so she became a very close partner to mine. I'm gonna defer on the leaders I like least. There's enough of a public record. People probably have
So respectful.
some of the folks who I wasn't happy with.
Best prank out of the White House when you were president?
Look, I'll be honest with you. Folks aren't running pranks in the White House. They're Secret Service. Everybody's busy.
Yeah.
If there were pranks, they weren't run on me, and I didn't.
You didn't pull any?
I tended not to pull pranks. People are.
He was
intimidated
about
enough by
business.
presidents. You know, you don't want to punch down on a prank.
Yeah.
If you're gonna pull off a prank, it's got to be on somebody who can prank you back, and
Yeah.
wasn't nobody gonna prank me. Yeah.
All right, last question here. Is Tupac alive?
He's alive on my playlist.
All right. All right, we'll leave it there.
That was funny.
I enjoyed it, Frank.
That was cute. I kind of like that.
Don't tell my employer I said this because I'll get fired. Nobody knows this, but
I kind of like that. He is alive on my playlist. Felonies. This man would be in jail. Joseph, what are you saying? What are you? Oh, 34 felonies. He would be in jail. Absolutely. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. If he had one felony, let alone 34, he would be locked up and probably at one of them, where's it at? El Salvador. Yeah. Absolutely. And truth be told, that's his wish. You know, he play at it and try to act like it. You know, I know he trolling, but if he could, I think he would. If he could, I think he would. That's just my opinion. It don't make it the truth, nor do it make it a lie. But I need for y'all to hit the like button and would not deserve to be our president. Absolutely. Everything that is going on right now, the cabinet, all of that. You see they bringing up the lady who she had to resign, that she was a part of his cabinet or something, and she's in the Epstein files. She had to resign. But none of the men, none. I don't think, you know, I don't remember where she's at right now, but yeah, it's just crazy. That if they could have put him in them Epstein files, baby, they would have wore President Obama out. They would have wore him out. Okay, so since he said that, I need to tap over there to where I have some things situated. And it is such a coincidence. And I really don't believe in them, but I'm going, which one? Oh, I got this one. It's not the one I want. I'm gonna go ahead and go there. I'm gonna go there with him. Is that all right? Hey, Nelda. Happy Valentine to you. Thank you for the thumbs up, Naturally Norlands. Did I scare you last night? We're early this morning. That's that old song. And one morning, just about the break of day. We needed the Lord, baby. That was funny. I scared you. Satoya, you. Baby. Oh my God. And then no. It could have been deeper. I'm going to have to, President Obama, I'm going to have to move you, sir. He talked about aliens. He said, yeah, he said they're not in that underground, but I don't know. I think them Epstein go deep. I think them, do I need to do it? Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it on this one. I think them Epsteins, them CIAs, them ABCs and EFGs and HIJK, LMNOP, QRS, TUV, WX, Y, and Z. Can we go here? Let's go here. Y'all ready to go? Now I know my ABCs.
The thing I thought I could do.
Tell them what it means to me. Let's hear it. It's the volume up. Let's hear. No. Hold on. Let me pump up the volume. Y'all, please hit the like button. It is absolutely, I don't want to say funny, that he asked him about aliens. For the last couple of days, I've been on aliens and reptilians. And I got to...
I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and I saw a 7-foot-tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. I reached for my pistol, and I killed 2 of them, yes.
So...
I was lowered down the basket of one of these
like
holes,
Trump?
and I saw a 7-foot-tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and I saw a 7-foot-tall alien gray. The stench was worse.
Now, if you scared of these aliens, please be advised that we are about to go down in this tunnel where they say aliens are. And it's ironic that he asked President Obama. See, he wasn't privy to the aliens and where they are. I'm glad he asked him that question. Because that means I can't look at them. Well, listen with your good ear. I'm glad he asked him about them aliens. He said they exist. Yeah, I think they playing with them aliens, and I think they procreating Epstein them. Because that one we saw yesterday looked like a baby and was crawling. Did it have 2s or 4s? But he was fighting with that cat outside. And it looked like it was a baby. You know, it looked like it was trying to have some human form. And since we know Epstein, like that procreation, he wanted baby forms. They down there mixing that Antarctic, Greenland, all of that. They have walked amongst us. Yeah. So let's just pay attention. I just think that
I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes.
President Obama wasn't privy
I was lowered down the basket
to
of one of
that
these holes,
Epstein
and I
stuff.
saw a 7-foot tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. I reached for my pistol, and I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die. In the process, one of them just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and
Now, how are they mortal and they do die?
I reached for my pistol, and I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die. In the process, one of them just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. Burnt my fingers right off of me, and there was a green beret chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. Burnt my fingers.
Burnt his fingers off. Phil Shiner, thank you for the floating heart. Burnt his fingers off. I saw that. I said, oh, Lord, what's going on? So he said that he went down into a tunnel. Now, is this Antarctic stuff? Is it? I've studied this man. It's real. How about? Look at that hand. Absolutely. But why his chest ain't gone?
Chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. Burnt my face.
He said it opened him up like a fish. See, so right there I said, whoa. Now I see your hand. But how did it open you up like a fish? I need for you to rip that shirt open. This shit is real. Okay.
Die. In the process, one of them just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. Burnt my fingers right off of me, and there was a green beret that was right behind me. He shoved me back in the basket and hit the button and took me up. He died. I wouldn't be alive talking to you today. I'm forever indebted. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, lost their lives because the government lied.
So they went down in a tunnel. Okay, Auntie Fee. And I'm trying to eat. Come on. Okay. Just cut my volume down, please. The tunnel is called Dooms. Where is Dooms? Where is Dooms? See, I am so happy that I have never had none of them injections. Thank you, Natural in New Orleans, for helping me reach my goal. I am so happy that I have never had any of those injections, them cocktails in my arm. You understand? Because you don't know what the government is trying to procreate, eliminate. You just don't know. It just don't feel like they on our side. Dooms. Let me see where you say that's at. And because they not on our side, I don't know how to process that. I don't know what to think of it. You understand? I'm trying to get where it's not doing all of that in and out type stuff. Dooms. You said dooms. No domes pronoun, but it's short of deep underground tunnel. They drilling down and bust into a nest. the tunnel. Let me put alien tunnels. Let me do it like that. But where are they? Okay. Top secret U.S. government tunnels. Cities of the underground. Okay, I see it. I'm going to check it out. Deep underground military. Well, he said it's not at that Area 51. He said he just asked him, hold on. And he said it's not at no Area 51. Let me see.
Uniquely. Michelle and I still have the capacity, not just here in the United States, but globally, to inspire.
Hold on. Well, they are hidden. But that's why, so the president would know. I think Epstein and the CIA and all of that know. So why would he not know? Doles, New Mexico. DOLES. Okay. Because Trump knows. Is, you know. Or did they not want him to know? I'm going to do a little research. I don't know if I want to. But, okay, so y'all, let's listen, because he said the government.
One of them just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. Burnt my finger chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. Burnt my fingers right off of me, and there was a green beret that was right behind me. He shoved me back in the desk and hit the button and took me up. He died, and I wouldn't be alive talking to you today. I'm forever indebted. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, lost their lives because the government lied, did not tell us anything about the alien.
The government lied.
Black Berets lost their lives because the government lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat.
They say eyewitness accounts.
Not tell us. Black Berets lost.
How do they have, how are they able to be unalived? How are they able to be extraterrestrial? When do they tell the truth? But why would you send them down there? Why would you send them down there and not tell them what they're going down there for? So was it a setup? I mean, if you wanted to know if they were down there, if they exist, can E.T. phone home, you know, wouldn't you tell them there is some activity going on down there? We're trying to see if there is some extraterrestrial, you know, movement, you know, what you see. We don't know what to expect. We don't know if had they ever unalived one before. I mean, what's the goal? Is it to go down there and bring them back? What? So you just gonna send 66 of them down there blindly? Yeah, I gotta take this. Hold on. Y'all still with me? Can you hear me? Okay, still here waiting on you. Yeah, it was Scooter. I had to get my Valentine love from the young man Scooter. Whew. I was glad he didn't ask me for no money. For him to get his girlfriend. Oh, I was sure gonna hate to tell him, oh, baby, that's your girlfriend. Woo! I'm glad he said he was all right. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Thank you. He was supposed to say, I'm gonna send you, I'm gonna buy your lunch, but I didn't push it. I was sure hoping that he was just gonna say, I'm gonna send something to your Cash App so you can get your lunch on me. But okay, I'll take that he didn't ask me to Cash App him, because I was gonna hate to be the bearer of bad news. Although I did say, you all right? He said, yeah, I'm good. Okay. Yeah. Train them up in the way that they should go. Loving and respectful and all of that good stuff. Okay, but let me get on back to where we was with these aliens, baby, cause I don't know how to process that. Y'all hit the like button. Y'all gonna make me shut down. Hold on. I'm gonna take my olive oregano. Yeah, that was one of them talks, baby. But anyway, let's understand. Okay, we're gonna do this one more time because the government set these people up. I am so glad. I am so glad that Scooter chose to go to college. Thank God for scholarships. And not wanting to go to the military. I'm just so happy. I dated a guy one time and out of town. And I thought he was about to retire. And I was asked to come to a bar. Hell, I thought it was a Christmas bar. I got it all readied up, you know. And this dude re-enlisted. I said, re-enlist? So I was invited to come to your re-enlistment. I don't know how. I ain't do well with that, y'all. I ain't gonna even lie. It was already long distance. Now you re-enlisting in the military. You had Army, Navy, and all of that up on you. Re-enlisting? Yeah. I just didn't trust the military like that. They had already messed over when he was in Budapest. And you re-enlisted? You had to re-enlist to get what they had already promised you when you was over there? They just too crooked for me. So to hear this man talk about they didn't tell him with these creatures, these aliens, just send them on a mission down in the hole. How did the hole get there? So the hole just appeared, and a black project engineers recall the firefight with tall grays. Yeah, no. They didn't have a robot they could have sent down there to see what was in there. But I was going down the basket. I was going down the basket of one of those holes, and I saw a 7-foot
to one of these holes, and I saw a 7-foot tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. I reached for my pistol, and I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die. In the process, one of them just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. Burnt my fingers right off of me, and there was a green beret that was right behind me. He shoved me back in the desk and hit the button and took me up. He died, and I wouldn't be alive talking to you today.
So did the aliens eat him? Do aliens? Y'all hit the like button. Hit the like. It's 106. It's 239 people in here. Only 55 likes. I know you lying. I know you lying to me. Hit the like button. Hit those 3 dots at the top right corner. Or I'm going to put it on members only. Oh, Lord. I used to have a... Yeah, I'd rather the number.
66 secret.
66.
I reached for my pistol, and I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die. In the process, one of them just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. Burnt my fingers right off of me, and there was a green beret that was right behind me. He shoved me back in the desk and hit the button and took me up. He died, and I wouldn't be alive talking to you today. I'm forever indebted. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, just lost their lives because the government lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat. I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and I saw...
Just lowered them down. I got another one. It's just so ironic. Now, what did he say about them aliens?
Remarkable folks doing amazing stuff. Doom scroll or occasional union movement. And we have a long history, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. Come on,
President of the United States. So, a couple questions here. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
President Obama. Yeah, I stopped right there on you.
My fingers right off, shoved me back in the...
He said, unless...
I'm forever indebted. Chest,
They...
and I reached for my pistol.
Unless they keeping it from you.
And I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're.
How are they mortal? How are they mortal?
And
How can they bleed? He said yes.
What was the first question?
Unless they kept it from him. Dang, I wanted to keep that look on you right there. I had. Unless they kept it from you.
Hid it from the President of the United States.
What was
President Obama, did they keep it from you? He said yes, but he didn't see them. Yep. He said they do exist, but why would they keep him from seeing them?
real?
They're real,
They real.
but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51. There's no underground facility.
There is an underground facility.
Questions here.
So how did he know they
Aliens
real?
real.
They are real.
They're
Oh wow. So E.T. phoned home, but he never saw him. Thank God. I mean, cause oh wow. E.T. is real. E.T. is real. And what is their plan with them? Y'all, please hit the like button. Y'all be having me going places that I never would have went before this crazy man got in office. He didn't partake in what they did. Please hit the like button. Please double tap the 3. Oh, the battery low. See, now y'all gonna want me to keep going and the battery's low. So why are they playing with them? I think that they are trying to procreate. I think that they are playing with them. Hell, probably to attack. I mean, what's the point of playing with them? What's the point of procreating? Because why else would these little old baby things be going? Oh, excuse me. And why else would he want?
It is true that I, as well, am one of these men that have been attracted to transgender women.
What?
And I've struggled with that. I've tried to figure out what does that mean. And
oh, Malik, that just popped up.
Why?
What? Lord, I tell y'all the things that just pop up to me. Why would that, of all things, as the tablet fell over, have me hearing Malik Yoba talking about struggling with transgender? God bless the child. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to move on after that because I don't even know where that came from. It just, everything just fell over. And it fell trying to plug this up before the juice go out. Asking y'all to hit the like button before I have to just end the live on you. And Malik Yoba started talking about his struggle. Oh, Lord. Okay, let me move on. See, it's going to keep falling. Yeah, it just popped up. Like, what?
it is true that I, as well, am one of these men that have been attracted to transgender women. And I've struggled with that, and I've tried to figure out what does that mean, and why. And I'm 52 years old. This started when I was a teenager.
A trans woman by the name of Mariah Lopez Ebony wrote a Facebook post in which she accused you of soliciting sex from her as a minor at ages 13 and 16.
As a minor?
So what do you say to that allegation?
I say that, when I heard that, and I didn't actually read it until last Thursday, what she actually said. I don't know the woman, number one.
So you're saying you never met her, you don't know her?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know her. I have no idea who she is. That's a very loaded question for you to ask me that, and we discussed that before.
And I actually told you that I would ask you that question.
Yeah.
And so I asked that question.
Yeah.
And it's not a loaded question. I told you.
No, it is.
I'm going to tell you up front
It is.
that I did tell you about it.
Yeah.
And we
Oh,
both
I
agreed
guess
to it.
now he realized who
What
she
do you say
is.
to trans black women who say that you're centering yourself and that you're being opportunistic and focused?
Oh, he said I told
Number
you.
one.
So you're saying you never met her, you don't know her?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know her. I have no idea who she is. That's a very loaded question.
Why is it loaded?
And we discussed.
Malik, why is it loaded? If you never asked, so he finna come to you another way, and the way he coming now is gonna be, what makes it loaded? Malik? But, if you like a trans, it's one thing, but she's saying she was a minor. That's a whole nother different ball game, that player. Yeah, I have to eat my snack. I ain't ate all day today. What time is it? 3-something. Lord. Okay. I don't understand why it's loaded if you ain't fooled with a minor.
And I didn't actually read it until last Thursday, what she actually said. I don't know the woman, number one.
So you're saying you never met her, you don't know her?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know
He know the
her.
dude.
I have no idea who she is. That's a very loaded question for you to ask me that, and we discussed that before.
And I actually told you that I would ask you that question.
Yeah.
And so I asked that question.
Yeah.
And it's not a loaded question. I told you.
It's loaded that you added that she a minor.
I did tell you about it.
Yeah.
And we both agreed to it.
Yeah.
I told you that. What do you say to trans black women who say that you're centering yourself and that you're being opportunistic and focusing on your attraction as opposed to their issues and without proving that you're ready to do the work? So what would you say to that?
So you and I sat for 4 hours the other day,
Correct.
and we decided how we were going to approach this.
And
And we decided how we were going to approach this, bro.
We went through a number of
We
questions.
decided how we were going to approach
Oh, he
this.
tricked him.
And
we
we're
said
actually
that
recording, and the more you talk, the better, the worse it looks for you. So what I'm asking is that we're having a
What did you just
conversation. I said the more that we're talking, the more I'm just concerned. So I'm generally concerned. I said that the more that it looks bad for you.
He said, "What'd you say?"
Yes, sir. This looks talk, the better, the worse it looks for you. So what I'm asking is that we're having a
What did you
conversation.
say?
I said the more that we're talking, the more I'm just concerned. So I'm generally
What did you
concerned.
say?
I said that the more that it looks bad for you. That's
Really?
what I'm saying. Yes, sir.
This looks bad for me.
Yes, because I'm
Check this
asking you a
out.
number
No,
of questions.
We're done, bro.
Okay.
We're done. It's bad for me because I chose to come here and speak to you about you and what I've done. It looks bad for me. It's a setup. I don't like this.
Okay.
We said that we were going to focus on policy.
And we did, and we also
stand
said,
on allegations.
and we also
appreciate
said,
this at all.
and no, we had a conversation about a wide range of
this shit
things.
at all, homie.
Questions did feel like Can you guys not? This is like.
That's fucked up, man.
True. We have like.
What the fuck is wrong with you, man? We fucking sat for 4 hours. All right.
Oh, wow. Oh, he mad for real. Let me take President Obama off of that, baby, because, oh, he was hot for real. I had to stop all them F-bombs. Ooh-wee. 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 I knew when he started reaching forward. Leaning forward. Oh, wow. And listen, that wasn't even on my radar. Hey, Lou. That wasn't even on my radar. We got that tea by accident. You understand? We got that tea by accident. Them aliens pushing my tablet down and making me have problems and we got that by accident, baby. That tea hot. Hit the like button. Y'all kill me. The TV so hot over here and y'all want to play with me. Baby. He was mad. He said, it's up there. We talked about this for 4 hours. You set me up. You better not walk outside. I added that part. He didn't say that. It's not. Just when I thought I was finna cut it out, everything started falling down. And it landed us on some good old juicy tea. Out of them Hollywood people playing in both them fields. Baby. Ooh-wee. But I had heard that a long time ago, but baby, I didn't know he was going to get mad. So he said Elon Musk, one of them,
is alien. He's possibly we've known this for a few years. Is alien. He's possibly we've known this for a few years. And the Teslas are part of the alien domination deal. I don't know why we made the deal to let them build the Teslas here. They're building the Teslas here. They're building the alien spacecrafts, power sources in front of us, parking them in the back of the empty Sears parking lots across the USA, Chicago, St. Louis, on the West Coast. Trump kind of knows it, but he needs the money. He needs Elon's money. Everybody does. Elon's got money coming out of earlobes. But that makes it legit. Elon Musk and Jacques Cousteau studying alien underwater life forms because that's where the spaceships are.
That's where the aliens are, y'all. In the ocean.
How do I know these things? They're so big. Yikes. Bigger than Shaq's. It's not funny, dude. Don't tell your wife about these things, dude. Yeah, she asked me questions. What were you guys talking about John Pork yesterday?
Stay weird, y'all.
We were talking about pork. Is alien. He's possibly we've known this for a few years. And the Teslas are part of the alien domination deal. I don't know why we made the deal to let them build the Teslas here. They're building the Teslas here. They're building the alien spacecrafts, power sources in front of us, parking them in the back of the empty Sears parking lots across the USA, Chicago, St. Louis, on the West Coast. And Trump kind of knows it, but he needs the money. He needs Elon's money. Everybody does. Elon's got money coming out of his earlobes. But that makes it legit. Elon Musk and Jacques Cousteau studying alien underwater life forms because that's where the spaceships are.
That's where the aliens are, y'all. In the ocean.
How do I know these things? They're so big. Yikes. Bigger than Shaq's. It's not funny, dude. Don't tell your wife about these things, dude. Yeah, she asked me questions. What were you guys talking about John Pork yesterday?
Stay weird, y'all.
We were talking about pork. Is alien. He's possibly we've known this for a few years. And the Teslas are part of the alien domination deal. I don't know why we made the deal to let them build the Teslas here. They're building the Teslas here. They're building the alien spacecrafts, power sources in front of us, parking them in the back of the empty Sears parking lots across the USA, Chicago, St. Louis, on the West Coast. And Trump kind of knows it, but he needs the money. He needs Elon's money. Everybody does. Elon's got money coming out of his earlobes. But that makes it legit. Elon Musk and Jacques Cousteau studying alien underwater life forms because that's where the spaceships are.
That's where the aliens are, y'all. In the ocean.
How do I know these things? They're so big. Yikes. Bigger than Shaq's.
That other spot in that hole by water.
Yeah, she asked me questions. What were you guys talking about John Pork yesterday?
Stay weird, y'all.
We were talking about pork.
I wonder, is that Bumps is in their water? Don't play with him. Malika. 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 Huh? Why you let him set you up like that, Malika? Yeah, I had to get a snack. My pumpkin seeds and what are they? Jujube berries. Joji berries. Baby, because this is... Lord, have mercy. I need some Greek yogurt. Anyway, Elon always looked like an alien. What else you got on TV? Okay.
Is alien. He's possibly.
Y'all know when I come to this tablet over here, I be having some good stuff. Which one is you?
Ghislaine Maxwell's dad published our school textbooks, and Epstein Associated took our school photos. Her sister's company sends Amber Alerts to our phones. Everybody sprayed aerosol, Wexner products all over themselves. And Jeffrey Epstein owned Justice. We're doomed. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad published our school textbooks, and Epstein Associated took our school photos. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad published our school textbooks, and Epstein Associated took our school photos. Her sister's company sends Amber Alerts to our phones. Everybody sprayed aerosol, Wexner products all over themselves. And Jeffrey Epstein owned Justice.
What aerosol?
We're doomed. Ghislaine Maxwell's dad published our school textbooks, and Epstein Associated took our school photos.
With that whitewashed information in it. Intentionally teaching us incorrect history.
Sister's company sends Amber Alerts to our phones. Everybody sprayed aerosol, Wexner products all over them.
Oh, she talking about the Victoria's Secret stuff. Victoria's Secret. Long time ago, I prefer Bath and Body Works more than I prefer Victoria's Secret. I'm trying somebody. Wait a minute. Somebody husband long time ago gave me a Victoria's Secret gift card for like $150. I thought that was odd as hell. Why somebody's husband giving me Victoria's? I remember now. Now I'm thinking, I know why he gave me a gift card, but why did you choose Victoria's Secret? I helped him get a job where I was working because my friend at that time was suffering because he couldn't keep a job. But why would you give me a Victoria's Secret? I was thinking, ain't he married? Oh, Lord, I'm glad she ain't tripping. Because most women would have tripped. But anyway, let me get on to the next one. I got to move kind of fast. And since she said Ghislaine Maxwell, she did say Ghislaine, didn't she? She did say Ghislaine, right?
Welcome to the Water Dunk Challenge, sponsored by Intuit.
Y'all ready for this one? Y'all ready? Hold on, I'm trying to get it. Oh yeah, you in the Epstein files too. I got you. What was this one saying? Wait a minute.
Israel was an invented state created by criminals that is now dominated by Russian criminals. And they actually came to the United States and they hired Rudy Giuliani and the FBI to wipe out the Italian mafia so that the red mafia could take over. The Meyer Lanskys, the Bronfmans, the Lex Wexners of the world. And Israel was an invented state created by criminals that is now dominated by Russian criminals. And they actually, Israel was an invented state created by criminals that is now dominated by Russian criminals.
The key word is invented.
Israel was an invented state created by criminals that is now dominated by Russian criminals. And they actually came to the United States and they hired Rudy Giuliani and the FBI to wipe out the Italian.
Are we listening to what I good ear? I mean, I know y'all know this.
Israel was an invented state created by criminals that is now dominated by Russian criminals. And they actually came to the United States and they hired Rudy Giuliani and the FBI to wipe out the Italian mafia so that the red mafia could take over. The Meyer Lanskys, the Bronfmans, the Lex Wexners of the world. And not only did he fund the Jeffrey Epstein,
the same Les Wexner that she said we spraying, y'all spraying them aerosols all over your body. All over your body. That's, I guess she trying to imply it got some chemicals in it. Shit.
and the FBI to wipe out the Italian mafia so that the red mafia could take over. The Meyer Lanskys, the Bronfmans, the Lex Wexners of the world. And not only did he fund the Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell pedophilia network to bribe and blackmail judges and prosecutors in Congress, and he is alleged to have funded 9/11. Zionist Israel is the single.
That 9/11 that we heard last night, that I got little shorts that's rolling around out there that was asking where's the real pilot at. That 9/11
to have funded 9/11. Zionist.
Y'all understand why I'm concerned about these aliens and what procreating and that 9/11.
And not only did he fund the Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell pedophilia network to bribe and blackmail judges and prosecutors in Congress, and he is alleged to have funded 9/11. Zionist Israel is the single greatest sponsor of child kidnapping, child pedophilia, child torture, and child body parts harvesting. But right now, children are not being protected. Pedophilia network to bribe and blackmail judges and prosecutors in Congress, and he is alleged to have funded 9/11. Zionist Israel is the single greatest sponsor of child kidnapping, child pedophilia, child torture, and child body parts harvesting. But right now, children are not being protected. They are more profitable than drugs. In fact, the newspapers just had a Mormon cult that was giving birth to little white babies as a cash crop, not registering their births and selling them in Turkey for $50,000 each.
Wow.
$1,000 each. Israel was an invented state created by criminals that is now dominated by Russian criminals. And they actually came to the United States and they hired Rudy Giuliani and the FBI.
So they're dominated now by Russians.
Mafia, so that the red mafia could take over. The Meyer Lanskys, the Bronfmans, the Lex Wexners of the world. And not only did he fund the Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell pedophilia network to bribe and blackmail judges and prosecutors in Congress, and he is alleged to have funded 9/11. Zionist Israel is the single greatest sponsor of child kidnapping, child pedophilia, child torture, and child body parts harvesting. But right now, children are not being protected. They are more profitable than drugs. In fact, the newspapers just had a Mormon cult that was giving birth to little white babies as a cash crop, not registering their births and selling them in Turkey for $50,000 each. Israel was an invented
So you know what I'm thinking?
criminals.
Before I forget, some of these people I'm hearing having 6, 7, 9 kids, 10, 11 kids, and don't ever have all their kids. Saying that the daddies have. I mean, who have all them kids, but don't never have none of their kids, maybe 1 or 2. Where all them other kids at? All 8, 9 of your baby daddies, all of them got their kids. Is that what you telling me? I'm beginning to believe some of these people that say they have 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, 9 kids, but you only can hear 1, maybe 2. Maybe just one of them baby make Auntie Fee. Hey, Specs, I didn't get my notification. Yeah, something going on. Y'all have to subscribe and then unsubscribe. Subscribe and unsubscribe. Yeah, because I've been here 2 hours. And something I said I was hoping that you was here to hear, and I don't remember what it is now. We done heard from Obama. It was something I heard. We done went down to the depot and shot up some aliens. And we done accidentally heard Malik Yoba confess that he like them both ways. And now you know I'm going to I don't have to. Yeah. And now we hearing that he just repeated that 911. Hold on. And so he brought up, no, I got it the right way when it fell over. I need to plug. Don't fall. I'm doing too much. That's why I had to go on and eat some pumpkin seeds. Okay, so listen. He just confirmed. And look who there. Which one is he? Oh, that's Comer. Uh-huh. That's Como. Mm-hmm. Did they say something about him that I missed? Hold on. That's the one who lost.
Israel was an invented state created by criminals that is now dominated by Russian criminals. And they actually came to the United States and they hired Rudy Giuliani and the FBI to wipe out the Italian mafia so that the red mafia could take over. The Meyer Lanskys, the Bronfmans.
Yeah, Making America Great Again.
Not only did he fund the Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell pedophilia network to bribe and blackmail judges and prosecutors in Congress, and he is alleged to have funded 9/11. Zionist Israel is the single greatest sponsor of child kidnapping, child pedophilia, child torture, and child body parts harvesting. But right now, children are not being protected. They are more profitable than drugs. In fact, the newspapers just had a Mormon cult that was giving birth to little white babies as a cash crop, not registering their births and selling them in Turkey for $50,000 each.
Yeah, and happy Valentine's Day. Okay. So he brought up Ghislaine Maxwell. Y'all, okay, I'm gonna shut it down on y'all in just a few minutes. Y'all keep playing with me with this like button. can call Trump, you can call Thomas Massey a loser all you want to. You shouldn't have opened your big ass mouth to let us know that there was more to the Epstein files. Don't be mad at us because somebody betrayed you and didn't remove you out the Epstein file when you was snitching. Yeah, whatever y'all deal was, you probably didn't follow through all the way and felt like you was entitled. You thought you was special, but everybody wasn't feeling you. It's just that plain, and it's just that simple. It don't take a rocket science to figure it out. Okay, let's get to Ghislaine. Let's get to Ghislaine, cause she working, ain't she? She all over the place. Every time I turn around, hey, Auntie V in chat, I didn't get my happy Valentine's Day to you. I subscribed from someone before and had to wait 5 weeks before I could make a comment. Just make sure all your devices are showing the same thing. Okay. So let's do a little switch it up. Back that thing up. So speaking of Ghislaine, y'all ready for this?
Ghislaine Maxwell has been replaced.
I'm gonna stop right there. She has been replaced. Y'all remember that time when we was watching her in the hotel? I mean, in the jail cell. And I said she went to the toilet area and then she came back around and she backed up. I said, why she backing up? Y'all remember that? Anybody remember that? I said, why is she backing up? Like she don't want to be seen. Yeah, when we was in that hotel, I mean, why I keep calling her jail cell. Y'all said it was big. I don't know about no prison. Where you get a bed and all that. Her jail cell is. Is that why I keep slipping and calling it? Yeah. And I said, why she backing up? Her ass done been switched, y'all. I don't know when she got switched, but that woman with that big ass nose, that is not Ghislaine. Right in front of our eyes. We know good and damn well she ain't pregnant. Ain't that about the only time that nose change unless you get a job, a nose job? You went in with a thin nose. How the hell you got a fat one now? How the hell you got a fat one now? Y'all see that? Y'all see that nose? Do y'all see that nose? I ain't saying she too old to have no baby, but you in jail. You locked up. You ain't supposed to be getting out. Right? So how that nose change? From that fat one up there? Oh, we can't see it because I got that back there. So let's just let this play.
Is either a different person or some sort of artificial technology being used here. First of all, this person has 2 different color eyes.
Oh, she got a fake eye.
When she first went to jail a few.
Oh, Lord.
Artificial technology being used.
Oh, Lord.
First of all, this person has 2 different color eyes.
Who is this one right here? Because her eyes are dark. Y'all, what's going on?
Eyes. This is Ghislaine when she first went to jail a few years back. Different nose, different lips, different chin. Sure, some might say she has gained weight or got older. But there is no way someone can change ears. The smoking gun here is the fact this new person on the left has attached earlobes. Earlobes connect directly to the side of the head. The original Ghislaine has detached earlobes that hang down and are not attached to the face. Earlobes hang freely below the point of attachment.
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York.
We know Jeffrey Epstein didn't actually die because the picture they show us of him deceased was missing his tattoo. Jeffrey is more than likely walking around Israel, or him and Ghislaine are probably on an island somewhere. But that's for another video.
Yeah, I remember I was saying he was gonna try to move that so that they can move her to wherever Epstein is. Y'all remember me saying that? She gonna come. The plan was for her to come up missing.
Ghislaine Maxwell has been replaced. This is either a different person or some sort of artificial technology being used here. First of all, this person has two different artificial technology being used here. First of all,
look at them noses. And her eyes are dark. So that other eye, and she got that little cute little slit right there on her lips.
this person has two different color eyes. This is Ghislaine when she first went to jail a few years back. Different nose, different lips, different chin. Sure, some might say she has gained weight or got older. But there is no way someone can change ears. The smoking gun here is the fact this new person on the left has attached earlobes. Earlobes connect directly to the side of the head. The original Ghislaine has detached earlobes that hang down and are not attached to the face. Earlobes hang freely below the point of attachment.
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York.
We know Jeffrey Epstein didn't actually die because the picture they show us of him deceased was missing his tattoo. Jeffrey is more than likely walking around Israel, or him and Ghislaine are probably on an island somewhere. But that's for another video.
They playing in our face, y'all. But they kind of so predictable. I mean, I don't think, I ain't saying I'm a genius. But some of the stuff, it's just too easy. They pattern. They flow. I mean, I just can't, I can't believe they playing in our face like this, but let me get
We know Jeffrey Epstein didn't actually die because the picture they show us of him deceased was missing his tattoo.
Yeah, y'all, they just, either they sloppy all of a sudden. I don't know if these people are being replaced, and they just sloppy. I don't know. Or we was so complacent just that they could have given us the bare minimum and we fell for it. And we ain't gonna even talk about these crisis actors. I'll say that for another day. Baby, we done talk about that. We done talked about that. We talked about that. Oh, listen to this one.
Wait, so you telling me there's a possibility that the Nancy Guthrie case is connected to the Epstein files? pay attention because this could be crazy. They're going around on social media saying
now,
the 84.
Hold on. Now, y'all knew I knew that it was connected. Now, my mind went to the Bitcoins. Remember? I'm stuck on the Bitcoins. And I knew about that and yeah. But it's because was Savannah the only person that really gave them the platform?
4-year-old grandma who's been abducted and they're been held for ransom is the mother to today's show anchor Savannah Group. Now, what they're saying
was the
is
only
Savannah
one.
gave a platform to Virginia, who was one of the most famous Epstein victims, and certain people may not be too happy about that.
And they asked him.
A photo of Donald Trump has been found in the Epstein files. Let's talk about it. So, as you can see, this is the page on which the Trump photograph was found. EFTA 01249200. You can see it's subject to a protective order for some reason. And in the photograph, Trump is seen shaking hands with this man. And it's kind of...
Oh, man, I just messed that up. God, dog. Trying to turn it upside down. Let me go here.
Hard to tell, but based on the decorating style of the photos on the tables and surfaces, it looks to me like this picture was taken inside of one of Epstein's properties. We all know at this point that Epstein and Trump were very good friends. Trump has lied many times and said that he ended his relationship with Epstein back in the 2000s, but we know that that's not true. It's proven. That's a false statement. But who is this man with Trump? Well, it turns out this man's name is Gypsy Gita. I think that's how you say it. He was kind of a spiritual guru to the stars and a sort of spiritual healer massage artist, intimately linked to Epstein and Maxwell. This also appears in the files. It looks to be a card of his. You can see it's also subject to protective order. Gypsy Gita, beyond the boundaries of physical illusions lies the realm of the spirit, the ageless world of truth. Your journey begins here. I will be your guide. Let go of your fear. Then he lists these locations and says, anywhere you need me. 90-minute session, $350. Special price for children and people with cancer. 3, 5, 7, and 30-day vision quests. $3,500 a day plus a per diem. So what was Trump doing with a spirit vision quest, spirit healing, masseuse, whatever you'd call this guy? And why were they together in the Epstein files? What was the relevance of this image?
And why
I don't know, but I'm going to keep you guys updated as soon as we find out more about this. This is obviously, just like with all the other stories, a rapidly developing story.
I called this in 2008. I said,
well, it turns out this man's name is Gypsy Gita. I think that's how you say it. He was kind of a spiritual guru to the stars and a sort of spiritual healer massage artist, intimately linked to Epstein and Maxwell. This also appears in the files. It looks to be a card of his. You can see it's also subject to protective order. Gypsy Gita, beyond the boundaries of physical illusions lies the realm of the spirit, the ageless world of truth. Your journey begins here. I will be your guide. Let go of your fear. Then he lists these locations and says, anywhere you need me. 90-minute session, $350. Special price for children and people with cancer. 3, 5, 7, and 30-day vision quests. $3,500 a day plus a per diem.
Why are you messing with children?
What was Trump doing with a spirit vision quest, spirit healing, masseuse, whatever you'd call this guy? And why were they together in the Epstein files? What was the relevance of this image? I don't know, but I'm going to keep you guys updated as soon as we find out more about this. This is obviously, just like with all the other stories, a rapidly developing story.
Said Epstein was a fake billionaire. He was a Mossad operation. He was an upgrade to the Ghislaine Maxwell prostitution ring that included children. Ghislaine Maxwell is the daughter of Robert Maxwell, who got a state funeral for being the most famous Mossad agent in history. Okay? So the media today is not covering the fact that Epstein was funded by Les Wexner, who's bisexual, and who may have funded 9/11. It's not covering the fact that CIA and that it's a Mossad
y'all see that
operation.
nose?
It's not covering the fact that CIA and the FBI were complicit from day one and have been sharing the tape. And finally, the media is absolutely not covering the fact that Epstein is just one of 50 Mossad pedophilia entrapment operations across the United States of America. There are 49 others, all of them protected by the FBI.
Y'all see that nose?
And one final point. These 27 states that passed a law making it a felony to call for a boycott in Israel? Do you think they passed that because it was a good idea? Or do you think they passed that because all of them are being bribed and half of them are being blackmailed by the Mossad for pedophilia?
Okay, moving right along. Sorry for all the type, but I'm mad right now about this. About which part? Which part? I mean, I don't gave you quite a bit to be mad. Is the aliens, the switching, the switcheroo, the they playing in our face to avoid a case, huh? I mean, it's a lot going on.
I called this in 2008. I said Epstein was a fake billionaire.
Oh,
Lord. He was a Mossad operation.
Hold on.
A brand new photo of. Now, I wouldn't be Eric Bonet.
I got one more over here before we go back to the other side. See, this is why y'all can't get the good tea, because y'all don't like hitting the like button. I'm 2 hours and 16 minutes in. I should not have to even use the word, say the word like button. That should not even be having to come out of my mouth. You understand? I just don't get it. Why do I have to insist on asking y'all to hit the like button? They done switched that woman out. Lord have mercy. They done switched her out. We done seen the aliens get shot. Hold on.
The short reptile was...
The short what? The short what? The short what? I mean, so they playing with these creatures and shit for real. Did he say the short reptile?
The short reptile.
Like reptile dysfunction? I mean, what? Reptile? Like he crawled on his belly like a reptile? I remember a long time ago, this lady I used to work with, she used to say, he walks, he talks. He crawled on his belly like a reptile. I guess she was talking about the devil. I didn't quite know what that lady used to mean by that. He walks, he talks. He crawls on his belly like a reptile. Child, my God, today. Let's go.
Talking to me telepathically. It was telepathic. His exact word. The short reptile was talking to me telepathically. It was telepathic. His exact words were, "We need to borrow your consciousness. You're going to help us. And you're going to be gone for 20 years. And I said, no, I can't do that. I have my mom
20
and dad,
years.
my family. I have a family. I can't be gone. And he explained, he said, no, you're going to go right back the next day. It'll be like you never left, but you get to live this extra time. It's going to be a huge blessing to you." The gray that was in the room was a longer necked gray. And he said, you have to get his permission at some point. And they put a latex or a thin rubber sheet over me, and the table sucked it tight. And then I couldn't breathe, and I opened my mouth and went, and it was in, the vacuum had been, I was breathing in, and they took a scalpel and cut it so I could breathe. And then they cut out around my eye, which they had to do a test to see what was my dominant eye. And then it was a gold needle that went in right by the tear duct and went bam. The next thing I knew, I woke up and I had no memory of mom or dad or anywhere. I had complete amnesia, and I was in the desert. I pinned it down to Inyo Kern Air Base into a port. They were like portables in Southern California next to China Lake. And I woke up and there was a man. He had a tall guy with Coke bottle glasses, curly hair. And he said, "Do you remember your mom or dad?" I said, "No." He said, "Do you remember your brothers? Do you have any brothers or sisters?" I said, "No." The next morning, it began your standard, which I've researched since then, but it was your standard MK Ultra trauma-based mind control program.
MK Ultra.
The short reptile was talking to me telepathically. It was telepathic. The short reptile was...
MK Ultra. Atlanta pink apes. I think I know who you are. Fix the go. Okay. ATL pink apes. ATL pink apes. You support my platform? You hit the like button. How come nobody from the hood ever gets abducted, I wonder? Hell, they may have. They may have. We just don't know it. You know, some of the missing people, these are, they nasty. Thank you for the floating hearts. This sexy trapper. The devil. So y'all.
Me telepathically, it was.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. No pink apes. No ATL pink apes. Nope. So listen.
The short reptile was talking to me telepathically. It was telepathic. His exact words were, "We need to borrow your consciousness. You're going to help us. And you're going to be gone for 20 years." And I said, the short reptile was talking to me telepathically. It was telepathic.
They go them slit eyes. They go them slit eyes that Daniel
short reptile
was saying that Trump had. Y'all remember them? That slit in the eye? He showed them who he was that day when they was about to go shoot him up, shoot him up.
The short reptile was talking.
Y'all remember? Barney and Betty Hill were mixed couple. What do you mean, Barney and Betty Hill? Pam Bondi. But y'all remember, dude, the limo driver that's in the Epstein files, he said that Trump showed him that eye after they had their little spat, their little miscommunication before got abducted way back. Some people some people get contacted like those eyes too. And Ghislaine with the mixed eyes, this new Ghislaine, one eye, one color, and one another. Yeah, now let's go.
Me telepathically, it was telepathic. His exact words were, "We need to borrow your consciousness. You're going to help us. And you're going to be gone for 20 years. And I said, "No, I can't do that. I have my mom and dad and my family. I have a family. I can't be gone." And he explained, he said, "No, you're going to go right back the next day. It'll be like you never left, but you get to live this extra time. It's going to be a huge blessing to you." The gray that was in the room was a longer-necked gray.
So the reptile and the aliens, they hooking up now. They hooking up now. Is that what y'all telling me? They cool. So they both are part of this MK Ultra. He said the little short one with the little slit in the eyes was saying, "Hold up, partner, we gonna need you for a minute." And he said, "Oh, no, I ain't gonna be able to do that because my mama, my peeps. I can't leave my peeps like that." And then this big gray one pops out and I guess look at you like, "Oh, yeah, you are. You don't have a choice." We need to get off into your head. I need your memory. See, when I saw this, let me tell you what I thought of. When I saw this, I thought, let me see if I can make this bigger. I really don't need to touch it for stuff start falling over. When I saw this, I thought about Candace Owens. I thought about her saying, get your kids out of school because the CIA Zionist people are who took over and rewrote history. So they've been plotting and planning for a while. So a lot of what you were taught at school is incorrect information, right? And then they over, So I thought about her saying, if your kid is too smart, if your kid is bright, I mean, she's saying take them out. And sometimes they don't need to do excellent work. They don't need to be a genius. They don't need to be exceptionally smart because it's a trigger. Now they have it set up for the government. And then they'll keep their eyes on your kids. And then they're going to want to get off into their head. Or, everybody say or. Come on, y'all. Can I get some ors off in the comment section? Or, or she said 85 on their test. Yeah, because I think you was like, oh, Janet was saying, wait, what? Can I get some ors? Or they gonna swap your kids' intelligence and put it into these aliens. They got their eyes on, oh, y'all, okay, they got their eyes on the kids to monitor the smart, exceptional, Charlie. She said when he would go walking, the lights, the light pole lights, them lights that you had to meet, you had to beat, before, yeah, you had to beat them lights getting in the house, not getting home, getting in the house, Yeah, you had to beat them lights. So she said that it was something extraterrestrial about him anyway. He was in tune with electricity. He was in tune. It was some telepathic something that when he walked by, the lights would flicker. Sometimes they would go out. Y'all remember? Yeah, in there. Yeah, and they had their eye on him for a long, long time. They wanted him to go to a special school, but he went to another school, and he had an advisor that took him under his wing. Yeah. And they still got off into him anyway. And it's beginning to sound like that once he started coming to himself and the light went off and came back on and he was able to see clearer. And he started saying no. They had to take him out because he was coming back to himself. I'm beginning to believe that they are taking over people's minds to put in these creatures. I'm beginning to understand, Candace, more and more, I'm beginning to understand her a whole lot more. Because she was in the cult, see. She may not know everything, but she knew a lot of things. Yeah, and it's my opinion, Leo, that you gotta go. I ain't asked you nothing about none of that. I said I am beginning to believe. Did I say anything about facts? Did I say I am beginning to believe? What y'all hear? What did I say? So you sent one of your reptilians over here to throw it off. No, I am beginning to believe and truly understand everything she's been talking about. Because it's beginning to make sense. Let's hear this out.
The short reptile was talking to me telepathically. It was telepathic. His exact words were, "We need to borrow your consciousness. You're going to help us. And you're going to be gone for 20 years. And I said, "No, I can't do that. I have my mom and dad and my family. I have a family. I can't be gone." And he explained, he said, "No, you're going to go right back the next day. It'll be like you never left, but you get to live this extra time. It's going to be a huge blessing to you." The gray that was in the room was a longer necked gray. And he said, you have to get his permission at some point. And they put a latex or a thin rubber sheet over me and the table.
But he didn't give you permission. He didn't give permission. He didn't give permission. Oh, hell no. Why he laying on the table? If he didn't give permission, what we doing? What we doing? Why you don't let me get him? I was on his ass. Oh, I didn't see that. I just don't have time. I just don't have time. I didn't see you about to get him. Yeah, Jesus save us. Absolutely. Possession. Scary stuff. But it's going on, and they playing with it in our face. They playing with it in our face. You understand? But I know he said no. I know that man said no. Didn't y'all hear him say, "No, my mama, my people, my family need me. I can't go nowhere with you. Stranger, danger, stranger, danger." Let's hear this. Let's hear this. I don't want that right there like that. But let's go. But and I know I'm trying now. Look, they got him laying like this. I can't. Y'all see how? Oh hell no! Get up!
Huge, blessing to you. The gray that was in the room was a longer necked gray, and he said you have to get his permission at some point. And they put a latex or a thin rubber sheet over me, and the table sucked it tight. And then I couldn't breathe, and I opened my mouth and went. And it was in, the vacuum had been, I was breathing in.
Hey, Don M.
And cut it so I could breathe. And then they cut out around my eye, which they had to do a test and see what was my dominant eye. And then it was a gold needle that went in right by the.
So did they do this to Ghislaine? Is that why one of her eyes is one color and the other one is another? Did something go up in her eye?
So I could breathe. And then they cut out around my eye, which they had to do a test and see what was my
Yeah, So they cut a slit right here and right here. So they done sucked him up like he being, what is that called? What is that called when they do that beef jerky and they do that airtight? It's another name for it though. I can't think of it. So he said no, and they gonna do it anyway. And I'm trying to, okay, Lord. all of this type of stuff going on. Is this in Valhalla? Is this in Valhalla? Shrink wrap. There we go. Is this in Valhalla?
Prominent eye, and then it was a gold needle that went in right by the tear duct and went bam. The next thing I knew, I woke up and I had no memory of mom or dad or anywhere. I had complete amnesia, and I was in the desert. I pinned it down to Inyo Kern Air Base into a port. They were like portables in Southern California next to China Lake. And I woke up and there was a man. He had a tall guy with Coke bottle glasses, curly hair, and he said, "Do you remember your mom or dad?" I said, "No." He said, "Do you remember your brothers? Do you have any brothers or sisters?" I said, "No." The next morning, it began your standard, which I've researched since then, but it was your standard MK Ultra trauma-based mind control program. The short reptile was talking to me
trauma-based. Y'all see what's going on? I just want to know if y'all checking this out for yourself. Don't. And then we got, I don't know. Now you got this fake ass Ghislaine Maxwell. They done swapped out, and somebody done went in one of her eyes. One is one eye, or they done gave her somebody else's eye. They doing that harvesting and stuff. They be having hand soup and finger and toe soup and stew. It's just way too much going on. I just don't know how to process it. So I got one more, since we talking about reptiles and aliens, child. I got one more. Happy Valentine's Day. Hold on. You better hold on. They ain't ready. I don't know. I don't want to. Baby, with them eyes, folk used to ask me, I don't know why, I could never see I've had people ask me, do my eye color change? I mean, a little bit, not a lot. I don't, just a little bit. I never, baby, I don't want nobody eyes changing on me. I don't want to see no slithers. I don't want to see no long ass tongues. What have we here? Hey, Christian. What have we here? Folk used to like them long ass tongues and shit. No, I don't want no piercings. I don't want them big ass ears. I don't want no slit in their tongues. I don't want none of that. How about just keep your tongue to yourself? And if your eyes change and do slits and do acrobats and shit, it's a no for me. Are y'all ready? This is my last one over here. I'm going to go back to the other side. Are y'all ready? Let me know you ready. Christian, you hit the like button. Y'all hit the like button. Y'all help Auntie Fee reach her 30-minute goals. Y'all support the platform. I ain't ate nothing all day. Buy my Valentine lunch. This is all I done had all day. My little trail mix. Christian, you hit the like button. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Ready or not? Ain't that what's her name? Ready or not, here I come. You're gonna find me in you. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'm ready. Ready up. Yeah, look at here. Oh, wow. I just don't take notes. Y'all ready? Let's go.
Me answering your questions about reptilians. Stay tuned to the end of the video because I'm going to shape shift and
Lord,
you're not going to want to miss it. Me answering your questions.
So now they talking.
Stay tuned to the end of the video because I'm going to shape shift and you're not going to want to.
You're going to shape shift.
Stay tuned to the end of the video because I'm going to shape shift and you're not going to want to miss it.
Shake shift. What's shake shift? What's shake?
Answering your questions about reptilians. Stay tuned to the end of the video because I'm going to shape shift and you're not going to want to miss it. Do I have a tail? No, only full-blooded reptilians get tails. I'm hybrid, so I was born without a tail. Unfortunately, because they do look cool as hell.
Specs say, here we go. Auntie Fee on that bus. Shape shift. Naturally knowledge. Come on, we in this together. We in this thing together. Auntie Fee on that buzz today.
I have a tail. No.
Do I have a tail? Auntie Fee on that bullshit, man. What the heck is going on up in here? Up in here. So is this supposed to be eyeshadow? I mean, I promise y'all, before fooling with y'all with this stuff, I ain't know shit about no reptilian. When people would come in the comment section and say reptilian, I was like, ugh. I'm thinking this song. I mean, see, I don't play with the devil. I don't read up into that stuff. I don't do none of that. If it ain't in the Bible. But now I know we got these crazy ass, non-believing ass people going, trying to procreate, trying to rewrite, trying to act like they God. They're trying to get off into like the mind of God and do all of these extra supernatural things. Well, cause, I'm gonna tell you why they're there. It's like, well, how do we really get here? I mean, how? I mean, some mad scientist back in the cave age before Christ BC had to have came up with some science trying to figure out how we get here. Because you can play if you want to. You can say it ain't natural, it ain't this, that, and the other. But we here. You understand? But we here. So how we get here? You can play like you don't believe in God if you want to. But you got these devil worshipers trying to do everything that Christ. So it's still like in heaven when the devil got kicked out of heaven. So the devil really is in competition with God. Everything God can do and has done, you got these, I guess y'all think they geniuses, trying to procreate, reproduce, just on the opposite side though. See, when you kind of tap into their belief, you get your rankings, you move up, doing evil, corrupt things. So they're totally opposite than God. That's why I couldn't process Charlie Kirk in the beginning. That's why what you were saying didn't make sense. So it sounded like he was wearing out, coming out. Whatever they put in him, it was coming out, and he was, having a sound mind. Yeah, that he was having a renewing of the right spirit with the right mind, and he started questioning and looking at things different than what was programmed in his head. You can't look at it. You wouldn't go out with him naturally in Orleans. I play too much. That's why they took him out. Absolutely nailed it. So I'm beginning to think I need to back up off whatever gift God done gave me. I need to scale it back. I need to go back to playing dumb a little bit, because again, some of this stuff, though, the dots really do be connecting for me. And maybe I need to go back a little bit and play a little dumb. You know, I hate playing dumb. I can only play dumb for so long. I just can't do it. Good afternoon to you and every. Hey, empathy. Yes, Lord. Yeah, it's beginning to sound like he was coming out of whatever his wife took him. Yeah, but she's already been programmed as well. So she was placed there to, keep him in whatever state of mind. So that argument they had the night before that she said they didn't have. Yeah, but something woke up the baby at 3 o'clock in the morning. After she done made a special deal and went to that intelligent military base the day before. Not before. Before. Yeah, intelligence. Yeah. Yeah, no, I ain't buying it. Yeah, so, what you say? Reptilians. That's what I meant to say. Okay. Yeah, hit the like button. I need about 15 people to hit the like button. Gonna listen to, she gonna have to listen when it comes to this subject. It's too heavy for me. You got to go with me, girl. We in this thing together.
I'm gonna want to miss it. Do I have a tail? No. Only full-blooded reptilians get tails. I'm hybrid, so I was born without a tail. Unfortunately, because they do look cool as hell.
Oh, we know that's we know that's so they have y'all, do you know what I'm gonna say? So do they have races of reptilians? They have don't move until the lights are up. Okay, y'all, spec says get the lights up. Oh, y'all, when y'all get specs to saying that, he's serious, cause when I be about to go members only, he be wanting y'all to hear. And when he say pause, get the lights up, double tap the face. I don't care if it's 10 people in here. All 10 of you better hit the like button. Hit the like button. Can y'all hear me? Me too, empathy. Hit the like button. Double tap.
What type of blood do I have?
Say hit the like button or kick rocks, respectfully. Okay, they're gone.
I'm technically cold-blooded. My blood doesn't.
Cold-blooded.
Unfortunately, because they do look cool as hell. What type of blood do I have? I'm technically cold-blooded. My blood doesn't run as cold as a full-blooded reptilians, but it definitely runs colder than humans. I can say that for sure.
Cold-blooded. What's cold-blooded?
Can I climb walls? No. The fuck? Do I look like Spider-Man?
So yeah. So reptilians, are they race-based? Are they race based? Hi, Roderick. This AI or what? No, it ain't supposed to be. And if it is, I mean, we don't went all down up into the different breeds, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm asking. I mean, cause he shows sound like he a brother.
Cold-blooded. My blood doesn't run as cold without a tail. Unfortunately, because they do look cool as hell.
That was my first sound right there when he said they do look cool as hell. When he said because they do look cool as hell, I said, oh, he sound like he may be a brother reptilian. I don't know. And then the other.
What type of blood do I have? I'm technically cold-blooded. My blood doesn't run as cold as a.
I mean, I didn't know if he was saying cold, but then I think he's saying cold-blooded. So that sound like, because I am COLD-BLOODED, cold-blooded, you know. Like he was finna go off into a cheer. COLD-BLOODED, cold-blooded. Hey, cold-blooded, you know. So I just hear that was
cold-blooded. My blood doesn't run as cold as a full-blooded reptilians, but it definitely runs colder than humans. I can say that for sure. Can I climb walls? No. The fuck? Do I look like
right there? That was strike 3. The fuck? Oh, he black. I mean, he reptilians are considered cold-blooded. Are they? Zesty. Roger says zesty. The fuck? I mean, hell, he sound like he somebody in the Mo 3 sector. The fuck? You know, when I hear them, they be scratching and stuff, but I hear men say that, I'm like, ooh wee, they need to stop. But I'm saying those were the 3-4 things I heard.
Climb walls. No. The fuck? Do I look like Spider-Man?
Look how he's squinching his eyes.
Can I shapeshift? Well, I can show you better than I can tell you, but hold on, the camera might glitch. You still don't believe it's real? With me answering your questions about reptilians. Stay tuned to the end of the video because I'm going to shapeshift and you're not going to want to miss it. Do I have a tail? No, only full-blooded reptilians get tails. I'm hybrid, so I was born without a tail. Unfortunately, because they do look cool as hell. What type of blood do I have? I'm technically cold-blooded. My blood doesn't run as cold as a full-blooded reptilians, but it definitely runs colder than humans. I can say that for sure. Can I climb walls? No. The fuck? Do I look like Spider-Man? Can I shapeshift? Well, I can show you better than I can tell you, but hold on, the camera might...
So listen to the message. Y'all, is this what they supposed to do? I wish Obo would have asked President Obama about the reptilians. He just transformed. I mean, you know. Oh wow. What color was it? What color was it? How did I know he was black? How did I know this reptilian was black?
Cold-blooded. My blood doesn't run as cold as a full-blooded reptilian's, but it definitely runs colder than humans. I can say that for sure. Can I climb walls?
I want to see his lips once he transforms.
Can I shapeshift? Well, I can show you better than I can tell you, but hold on, the camera might glitch.
Do he have that slip? Yep. He do got this. I was trying to see if he had that V. They were here before us. Were they? And they're still here, but they were forced underground. So snake people were here before us. Snake people.
Shapeshift.
Yeah, I said I wanted to make sure he was gonna have that V. Okay, so now I want us to focus on his nose.
Well, I can show you better than I can tell you, but hold on, the camera might glitch.
Yep. 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 That's the nose, y'all. Is that the nose? Hey, Mimi, thank you, Specs, for the gems, the jewels.
Well, I can show you better than I can tell you, but hold on, the camera might glitch. You still don't believe it's real?
Okay. Oh, man. I wanted to catch.
You still don't believe it's real?
I'm trying to catch some. You know, okay, now we're going to focus on the eyes. Now the lips match. The nose match. Do the eyes match? Roger, Mimi, did y'all hit the like button? I'm just asking. Thank you, Specs, for helping me reach the goal. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, somebody, send me some gems real quick. It's on 666. Somebody please send some gems. Oh, hold on. It's on 666. Oh, no. Come on, it didn't move. Double check. Y'all, please help me reach my goal so you can get off of this 666. Thank you for the bronze, for the bronze medal, baby. I ain't want to play like that when playing with aliens and reptilians. Nope. Thanks. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. So, look at the eyes. Y'all, let's focus on the eyes. Thank you, Roderick. Oh. Could this be a bodysuit?
You still don't believe it's real?
Could that be a bodysuit, y'all? What you say? Did not believe nothing anybody say because 47 say he's a snake. He tells it to you in your face. That's true. Is that the comment you wanted me to see? Let me see. Let me go up. Okay, let me get on back on to the other side. Let me get on back to the other side. Y'all know when I go on this side here, ain't no telling what. Okay, heard Jesus was. I even heard Jesus was shake shift. What? When did he shape shift? Hold on. And what did he transform into? You know I'm looking. We are not the only ones on this planet. When did Jesus shape shift? Oh, in the other books of the Bible. Yeah. Yeah, no, I just think if the Bible tells us that there are gonna be mysteries that we're not gonna understand, I think we gotta respect that sometimes instead of trying to figure out how he is, who he say he is, and that's just me. He told us there's gonna be things we don't understand, you know. Stories, yeah. The book of the Maccabees, yeah. Uh, yeah, because I think what these people are doing is playing with God, and I think they are trying to be God, and that's just my opinion. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that is my opinion. They done got a little too deep off in this thing. Now I can't get this reptilian thing off. Lord. I'm trying to go back to the other side, but I can't get this little old thing up off of here. Hold on. The DOJs are quitting, y'all. Hold on. Before I go, I got to come on back to the other side and get Clint cover story falls apart. Collapse at the agent caught line. That ain't the one I wanted to. Yeah, I got to shake this off. Okay, Oh, Orlando cries what he suffered at the Epstein Island. Was he really at the Epstein Island? Orlando Brown. Is he in the Epstein files? Y'all, this won't let me get up out of here. Hold on. Hold on. We know he was a Mossad agent. We know he was a whole bunch of things. But we did not. And he gonna try to act like he didn't know he was the devil. Like he didn't know he was playing with the devil. That blows my mind. Let's check this out.
Introducing North Carolina sweet potato strips, available only 20.
Can y'all hear me?
Miss it this time and you'll have to wait an entire year.
Can y'all still hear me?
The highest quality sweet.
Blessed be our new founding fathers.
I think he is. Can y'all hear me? I don't think y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me now? Can't open camera. Try restarting. Can y'all hear me?
Blessed be our new founding fathers.
It's tripping.
And right now, after the Ghislaine hearing, watching after the hearing,
Hear me?
Maxwell sent a warning straight at Donald Trump. Ghislaine Maxwell.
Blessed be our new founding fathers.
And right now, after the Ghislaine hearing, Washington is shaking with a very specific kind of panic. Not
Y'all
the
see
panic
that
of
nose?
justice arriving, but the panic of a cover-up cracking in public. This is the tense fallout after the hearing that sent shockwaves through Trump's circle, because the moment Pam Bondi lost control of her script, Ghislaine Maxwell sent a warning straight at Donald Trump.
Oh, no, that ain't her. Oh, no. That is not her. Oh, she got high blood. That ain't her. That is not her. What do y'all think? Is that Ghislaine? She done took her glasses off. Hold on, hold on. Mm. Mm. You said prison and evil does age a person. Does it give you a new nose and new eye shapes? Yeah, I looked at old boy in the young Dolph, Cornelius Smith. He still looked like himself to me. He looked better. But that's not age. That's a whole different person. I think so too, but let's go. I think so too. She don't look like herself at all.
Arriving, but the
Whole
panic of
face
the cover-up
shape.
cracking in public.
Different.
This is the tense fallout after the hearing that sent shockwaves through Trump's circle, because the moment Pam Bondi lost control of her script, Ghislaine Maxwell sent a warning straight at Donald Trump. Ghislaine Maxwell did not write it under her own name in a formal filing.
Her whole
She
eye
pushed it through
section
family
look
members
different.
who run a social media account for
Man,
her,
her
and
whole
the
eye
message was not
section
subtle.
look
It was
different.
essentially, you better be careful what you her, and the message was not to run a social media account for her, and the message was not. She pushed it through family.
She almost look like she Chinese. Right here. She almost look like she a hoe.
Straight at Donald.
Right there. No. No. She look like she's a mix of something. Right up in here. Y'all, come on, man. Come on. She look like she is. I don't know the difference between, no disrespect, Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese. She look like she wanted her. And saggy, yeah, but it's this down here. And is she getting a tan or something? She in the tanning booth? I mean, why is she got that she got the President Trump, like she got them glasses, them little things like she laying in the tanning booth or something. Like she getting a tan. And she got them eye goggles on. Eye protectors. She in Club Fed. That ain't her. I think she with Jeffrey Epstein. I think when he popped out after she, around the time she was going to court, he popped out and he was leaving to go meet her ass at the airport. Cause that ain't her. They done swapped her. In one eye, one color, and the other eye, another. But here it is. Oh, baby, please. I was not expecting that. Look at her here. Shit.
Tense fallout after the hearing that sent shockwaves through Trump's circle, because the moment Pam Bondi lost control of her script, Ghislaine Maxwell sent a warning straight at Donald Trump. Ghislaine Maxwell did not write it under her own name in a formal filing. She pushed it through family members who run a social media account for her. And the message was not subtle. It was essentially, Donald, you better be careful what your
You better get her.
You better keep your people on message. You better keep them disciplined.
How the song goes,
from prison,
turn
Maxwell
to
understands
the
how
right,
the Trump world
turn
works.
to the right,
She understands that
switcheroo.
everything is optics, everything is loyalty,
Everybody clap
everything
your
is fear.
hands.
Chairman, please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules.
Sing
One rule
anything.
needs to
And I'm
understand
glad that we're
You
agreeing. So when
switch
we're
up.
agreeing, we can
Yeah.
move on to some other things.
Just like
I
that.
want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here,
And she understands something even more dangerous. If she hints that the public should distrust the Justice Department, she is also hinting that she knows why the public distrusts it. She is reminding Trump of the leverage she has. Here is what her family posted, and the language matters. They said America's Attorney General told a House Judiciary Committee meeting that she hopes Ghislaine Maxwell dies in prison. They called it extraordinary for a nation's chief law officer to wish. They said it sounds less like justice and more like bloodlust. They emphasized Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence, not a life term, and that hoping the sentence proves fatal blurs the line
hot
between
chocolate,
punishment and revenge.
either
This
the
is an
hood on
extraordinary
her
thing for a
eyes
nation's chief law
have
officer to
dropped it.
wish. It sounds less
That's
like
it, changing
justice
her look.
than bloodlust. Elaine is serving a 20-year sentence, not a life term. To hope it proves fatal blurs the line between punishment and revenge. The Justice Department is already under scrutiny for its handling of the Epstein files. It now faces a simpler question. If the guardian of the law talks like a shock jock, what faith should the public have in the system she runs? What happened to prosecution without passion? To prosecution without prejudice?
Then they went right for the real pressure point. They said the Justice Department is already under scrutiny for its handling of the Epstein files.
So when I get an order from Hungry Root, it makes me so happy because it's like one less thing that I have to think about.
And now it faces a simpler question. If the guardian of the law talks like a shock jock, what faith should the public have in the system she runs? They asked what happened to
prosecution without prejudice.
Then they went right for the real pressure point. They said the Justice Department is already under scrutiny for its handling of the Epstein files. And now it faces a simpler question. If the guardian of the law talks like a shock jock, what faith should the public have in the system she runs? They asked what happened to prosecution without passion, to prosecution without prejudice. Now let's be clear, because the moral universe matters here. Maxwell is a convicted sex trafficker. She is not a hero. She is not a victim. She is not an honest narrator, and nobody should pretend she is. But she is also someone who sat inside a criminal enterprise and lived around the people, the communications, the documents, the calls, the favors, the warnings, the arrangements. That is why a post like this lands like a coded threat. She's not trying to win sympathy.
Thank you, hot chocolate. Love you, Auntie B. Keep up the great work. Can't get nothing past you.
And that is exactly why this blew up after Bondi's hearing.
I be looking with my good eye, don't I?
Portrayed as someone involved in the broader effort to keep the Epstein files contained and keep Trump protected. And yet in this hearing, she did what incompetent cover-up artists always do. She overacted. She got emotional. She talked like she was on a shock radio show instead of running the Justice Department. And one line in particular became gasoline on the fire.
That nose ain't never been fat like that. And hell, she ain't pregnant.
Why this blew up after Bondi's hearing. Because overall, Bondi is being portrayed as someone involved in the broader effort to keep the Epstein files contained and keep Trump protected. And yet in this hearing, she did what incompetent cover-up artists always do.
Thank
She
you.
overacted.
Right up. That is not that nose. That is not that nose. That is not that nose. That's not that nose. That is not that nose. I don't care how much what prison ain't never change your nose from piggy to narrow. See that nose? Nope. Y'all know how we get down over here. You know I'm a size it up. We gonna size that thing up. We gonna size it up. Hit the like button. Yeah, we gonna sign that thing up. We gonna size it up. And it don't match. That point right here don't have that point right there. And she's smiling. So your nose is widest as you smile. She like them feet, them funky ass feet. That point is not the oink. We ain't gonna even play like that. Nope. The point and the oink. Point and the oink. Point oink. You can't do that fast. Point and the oink. Point and the oink. It's a no. They're not the same.
She got emotional. She talked like she was on a shock radio show instead of running the Justice Department. And one line in particular became gasoline on the fire. The line about Hope
Y'all see that?
Maxwell dies in prison.
The point and the oink. No, ma'am. No, sir. We ain't going. We are not going to play like that. And she got a slit, a slight slit at the top. The point and the oink. The jawline is different. The jawline is very different. But, you know, at least you could have gained some weight, you know. And, you know, I don't know. But the nose, the oink, contrary to popular belief, I have never thought all white people look the same. What they swear by God we do. Oh, no. Yeah, no. It's a no for me.
It was not just cruel, it was stupid, because it gave Maxwell a
Oh,
chance
okay, right
to
there. Her
frame
nose is
herself
up right
as the
here.
top-
Okay. Her nose is up right here. Let's go. Let's go with the nose up in the air like you just don't care. Let's go. Let's get the nose up in the air. The upper T. The upper T. The upper T. The upper T. She still has a narrow point nose. She still have a point. She still has a point. And the point is that is not the same person. Do we agree? Typo, but they swear. Do we agree, T-Sippers? Do we agree? Even when you're face to face, that nose up in the air is not that nose over there. It's just not a match. That ain't it.
The line about hoping Maxwell dies in prison. It was not just cruel. It was stupid, because
yeah, she has that cute little, yeah, dip. Slight little slit in the middle. No, that ain't her. So when did they change her out?
The line
They playing in our face. I know they know Auntie Fee was gonna break that dick down. No. That ain't her.
hoping Maxwell dies in prison. It was not just cruel, it was stupid, because
Yeah, no. No. They swapped her out, y'all.
it gave Maxwell a chance to frame herself as the target of revenge instead of the perpetrator of abuse, and it gave Maxwell a chance to send a message to Trump through public language about trust, legitimacy, and fear. The hearing itself revealed another major crack. The transfer of Maxwell from Tallahassee to a facility in Texas described as a club-fed VIP-type place, Camp Bryan. Under intense questioning from Democratic Congresswoman Ross, you could see Bondi flinch. Bondi tried to keep her standard routine. Attack members of described as a club-fed VIP-type place, Camp Bryan. Under intense questioning from Democratic Congresswoman
Where she
Ross,
could go to work. She could have a dog. She can order Uber.
Described as a club-fed VIP-type place, Camp Bryan. Under intense questioning from Democratic Congresswoman Ross, you could see Bondi flinch. Bondi tried to keep her standard routine.
Her
Attack members of
reptilian.
Congress duck and
Ooh,
dodge.
did y'all see that
Questions were unfair.
Did y'all see that reptilian? Oh my God. I never kind of believed it until I saw her. Oh wow. I saw her glitch. I saw her do some one time, and I saw it up in them eyes, baby.
And the questions were
wee. Oh.
Attack members of Congress.
Oh. Oh. Look at her mouth. Her teeth. It's like a tongue is finna come out. Oh. I can always see it in her. And I can always see it in Trump. Revenue sharing. Baby, I mean, every time I turn around. Y'all see it? Oh, my God. What are we doing? No, but I hear it. Yeah, you hear your mama, Annie? You think people can see you? Can't nobody see you, girl, but me. You hear your mama? Your mama calling your name? Huh? Girl, you better get up out that coat. Y'all say bye, Annie. Y'all can't see her, but say bye, Annie. She thought she was slick. They done sent one over here. They thought they was slick. No. Don't come over here harassing me. Leave me alone. Don't come over here harassing me. Because we can see these reptilians and stuff. Stop that. Go someplace else so I won't have to report you as harassing me. Okay? Don't be mad at me because we see through that.
Duck and dodge.
Ooh, did y'all see that neck? Oh my God. I can always see it on her though. Yeah, I ain't even lying. If it wasn't for her, I don't think I would have seen it.
Attack members of Congress duck and dodge. Act offended. Pretend the question.
Do y'all see that? Do it show up the way it show up on mine? It's like she gonna say, ugh, and take it off.
Were unfair. But then Ross pinned her down with a yes or no question. Does a convicted sex offender like Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison?
Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and prison in
Bondi says no. Ross presses yes or no.
and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Bondi tries to keep talking. Ross insists on the yes or no. Then Bondi lets it slip.
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well,
She says she did not know Maxwell was transferred.
Did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower.
That single
She
sentence
out
is
now.
the kind of sentence that blows open internal fights because it does not just answer the question, it exposes chaos. Either she is lying and pretending she was not involved, or she is telling the truth and admitting her own department, and the Bureau of Prisons did something this politically sensitive without her knowledge, which would be humiliating. And the narrative around this is that there has been a behind-the-scenes fight between Bondi and Todd Blanche over the transfer.
A healthy liver helps your body process food. All right, Dad, what are you making? My new go-to morning smoothie.
Oh, you back now? You can watch
The
this.
dispute is not framed as Bondi opposing the transfer morally. The dispute is framed as Bondi being blamed for it, and not having coordinated it herself, believing Blanche did it behind her back, and she was not given notice. That is what a regime looks like. Everyone is trying to serve Trump. Everyone is trying to protect Trump. And they are still stabbing each other over credit control and blame. Ross then lays out the human reality. She says that every time Maxwell gets perks, survivors feel denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. Ross
Well, the
says she is
survivors
glad
need to
they
know they
agree
don't
Maxwell should not have
swapped her
special
out.
treatment. Then she says Maxwell should not be in that prison and needs to be moved back to maximum
No
security
accountability
as soon as
at
possible.
all.
And then Ross drops a detail that matters. Maxwell told another committee she will not cooperate unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. That is the line that turns this from a prison policy question into a political corruption question. Because why is a convicted trafficker talking about clemency like it is a bargaining chip with the president? Why does she believe she can demand it? Why does the administration treat that possibility like something they cannot rule out? Ross then asks the obvious. Who ordered the transfer to a minimum security prison Maxwell was ineligible for?
They see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she
they don't
needs to
move
be
them.
moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Blanche? Was it another subordinate? Bondi tries to push the responsibility away. She repeats that she does not agree Maxwell should receive special treatment.
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment.
She says she learned after the fact. She says it is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. She says she was not involved at all.
She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau
Ain't the
of
same
Prisons.
level.
I was not involved in
She
that
couldn't
at
get
all.
no dog puppy in
And blurts out
room
that line
service.
again about Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, trying to drag the conversation somewhere else. That is where Maxwell's warning lands.
The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, we should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
Because Maxwell heard Bondi's line and responded instantly through her family account. The post is basically, you can hate me, you can call me names, but when you start talking like a shock jock, you are exposing the weakness of the system, and that weakness can drag Trump down too.
I have a couple of
died
other
on a
questions.
subway.
Right, and I absolutely...
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you.
The Post keeps returning to the theme that the Justice Department is already under scrutiny for handling the Epstein files.
To hope it proves fatal blurs the line. The Justice Department is already under scrutiny for its handling of the Epstein files, and then it faces a simpler question. If the guardian of the law talks like a shock jock, what faith should the public have in the system she runs?
That is not an accident. That is Maxwell reminding Trump that the public distrust is real and the distrust grows when the Attorney General behaves like she is thirsting for revenge instead of doing her job. Now zoom out to the larger chess game. The narrative frames that there is a belief Blanche could replace Bondi, especially after this disastrous performance. It is the classic Trump purge
Replace.
pattern. If someone becomes a liability in public, Trump starts shopping for a replacement.
The whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you.
The Post keeps returning to the theme that the Justice Department is already under scrutiny for handling the Epstein files.
To hope it proves fatal blurs the line. The Justice Department is already under scrutiny for its handling of the Epstein files, and then it faces a simpler question. If the guardian of the law talks like a shock jock, what faith should the public have in the system she runs?
That is not an accident. That is Maxwell reminding Trump that the public distrust is real and the distrust grows when the Attorney General behaves like she is thirsting for revenge instead of doing her job. Now zoom out to the larger chess game. The narrative frames that there is a belief Blanche could replace Bondi, especially after this disastrous performance. It is the classic Trump purge pattern. If someone becomes a liability in public, Trump starts shopping for a replacement who can do the same job with less embarrassment. But here's the twist. Bondi and Blanche are not competing over policy. They are competing over who can cover up the Epstein mess better for Trump. That is the disgusting reality being described. One is the performer, one is the fixer. And Maxwell is signaling in coded language that she likes the fixer and does not like the performer. Then the narrative links this to what Maxwell's lawyer has been saying.
Oscar Marcus, David Oscar Marcus, what he said at her deposition where she invoked the fifth, remember? He goes on and says, but if you grant her clemency, Donald Trump, she will exonerate you. She can't testify today.
The lawyer David Oscar Marcus is described as signaling that if Trump grants clemency, Maxwell will exonerate him. That is the pitch. That is the implied bargain. And the narrative interprets Maxwell's post as part of that pressure campaign. In other words, Maxwell is not just complaining about Bondi's language. Maxwell is reminding Trump of the transactional offer. You help me, I help you. You keep your people quiet. I keep my leverage controlled. You let your attorney general talk about me dying, and I can make your problem worse. And the hearing did not stop at Ross. It also exposed another battlefield of documents. Democratic Congress member Goldman described finding an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted and included notes of statements Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Epstein. Goldman said there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people.
I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted. And it included notes of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people.
There is no attorney-client privilege, and Goldman asked Bondi to commit to publicly providing the unredacted version so the public can understand the extent of Trump's lies about his relationship with Epstein.
Lies all the time.
There is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff, and I can assure you, staff, this is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
Bondi's response was not an explanation. It was an attack. She mocked Goldman, saying he was about as good a lawyer today as he was when he tried to impeach Trump and asked if he apologized.
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you
unredact
this? Will you
You're
unredact
lead
this?
counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more.
Goldman asked again to unredact it. Bondi replied privileged. Goldman pressed again. Bondi repeated privileged. That is how cover-ups sound. Not like law, like a chant, like a shield word. Privileged, privileged, privileged. Even when the thing being described does not fit the privilege she is invoking. Then the narrative includes an advertisement segment about Soul products. It describes people trying to clean up habits, reaching for out-of-office drinks and gummies instead of alcohol. Same relaxing vibe, zero alcohol, zero hangover. Waking up functional. It describes hemp-derived CBD and THC products with precise dosing, clean ingredients, predictable effects. It describes out-of-office gummies with customizable calming buzz from microdose to stronger dose. It contrasts alcohol with poor sleep, extra calories, missed workouts, sluggish next day, and presents Soul as a healthier unwind. It says the hemp is USA, grown vegan, gluten-free, low sugar, federally legal, and mentions a discount with a promo code. Back to the political machine. The narrative says Bondi missed the talking point. The talking point is described as simple. When asked about clemency or moving Maxwell, you do not engage.
Like Trump
You say
little
it is not a priority.
I'll
You
bark
move
nobody.
on. You refuse to discuss it.
Because
And
he had
they show
already said that
examples
she
of
was
Trump-aligned
useless.
figures following that script. Caroline Levitt is asked whether Trump will rule out a pardon.
Ghislaine Maxwell, is the president going to rule out a pardon for her?
Hell no, he can't.
Testimony, deposition
He
yesterday,
can't.
her legal team seems to be making a case again for a pardon from the president. Again, this is not something.
She says she has not discussed it recently because it is not a priority. He is focused on issues Americans are dealing with. And last time she spoke with him, he said it is not something he is considering.
Have discussed with the president recently because frankly it's not a priority. He's focused on many of the issues that the American people are dealing with and providing solutions to those issues. So I haven't spoken with him recently. Last time we did speak about it, he said it's not something he's considering or thinking about. Go ahead, Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. Secretary Lutnick today was testifying on the Hill.
James Comer is asked about clemency and says it is not for him to decide. It is for the president's side.
I don't know. Initially, she said a month ago that she would testify if we granted her immunity on the Oversight Committee. And we discussed that after we met with the survivors, and they didn't support that, so we never considered it after that. So this was something new today. Obviously, that's not for me to decide. That's for the president to decide.
Congressmember Cole is asked and says he has no earthly idea and pivots away. Congresswoman Maliotakis dodges by leaving. And then Caroline Leavitt says they are moving on from Epstein, not talking about it anymore, and suggests that an alleged FBI report corroborates Trump's narrative, implying critics should feel embarrassed for pushing their narrative. But the narrative says you cannot just move on.
And that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that.
Did you guys see the girl who took one of those mushroom gummies?
I don't feel like cooking today, so I'm trying 2 meals from Cook Unity to see if they're actually worth the hype. And first up, we're starting with this Mission-style chicken burrito with 42 grams of protein, made by Chef Jose Garcia.
Donald Trump is losing his bait.
Reagan.
Because even right-wing voices are now saying the quiet part out loud. Andrew Schultz is shown noticing how strange it is that Maxwell wants clemency to clear Trump's name. He asks if Trump's name is clear, why would she need clemency?
Mr. Chairman, quick question. What are your thoughts about Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer saying she needs clemency to testify before she testifies?
He suggests her attorneys are guiding her. Then he asks how powerful are the people Trump is trying to protect, or whether Epstein or others have incriminating evidence such that Trump is willing to go down with the ship instead of exposing them. He adds that if Trump was sure nothing could touch him, he would sell everyone else down the river, because that is his nature. That is the key observation. Trump does not protect people out of loyalty. So if he is protecting, it implies fear. Finally, a Democratic Congress member described Maxwell as a monster and said lawmakers got no substantive answers in deposition that would advance the investigation into other men involved, others who knew, and what exactly was said between Todd Blanche and Maxwell that led to her transfer to a minimum security prison.
What we did get was another episode in her long-running campaign for clemency from President Trump. And President Trump could end that today. He could rule out clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell, the monster.
He can't.
He could rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell,
He cannot.
the monster.
She know too much.
The question for all of us today is why hasn't he done that, and why won't he do that?
They said what they got instead was another episode in Maxwell's long-running campaign for clemency from Trump. And they said Trump could end it today by ruling out clemency and ruling out a pardon. The question is why he has not done that and why he will not. So here is the tense fallout boiled down. Bondi tried to perform toughness and slipped
people kill me saying Trump is protecting PDFers. He's protecting himself. He is a PDFer.
And reminding the public the Justice Department is under scrutiny over the Epstein files. Bondi claimed she did not know about the transfer, exposing a likely internal feud with Blanche. Ross highlighted Maxwell's demand for clemency as proof of her influence inside the administration. Goldman confronted Bondi with an Epstein to Maxwell email, and Bondi hid behind the word privileged. The Trump-aligned talking point machine tried to move on and shut the conversation down. But the pressure keeps building, even from voices that usually defend Trump. And through it all, Trump looks like the center of the storm, the man whose Justice Department is not acting like a neutral institution, but like a shield whose cabinet members are tripping over each other, and whose vulnerability to Maxwell's leverage is becoming harder to hide. We are anonymous. We do not guess. We do not need rumors when the record is already...
Y'all ready to go? Are we still rolling?
Slipped into bloodlust language. Maxwell seized on it and issued a public warning through her family account, framing Bondi as reckless and reminding the public the Justice Department is under scrutiny over the Epstein files. Bondi claimed she did not know about the transfer, exposing a likely internal feud with Blanche. Ross highlighted Maxwell's demand for clemency as proof of her influence inside the administration. Goldman confronted Bondi with an Epstein to Maxwell email, and Bondi hid behind the word privileged. The Trump-aligned talking point machine tried to move on and shut the conversation down. But the pressure keeps building, even from voices that usually defend Trump. And through it all, Trump looks like the center of the storm, the man whose Justice Department is not acting like a neutral institution, but like a shield whose cabinet members are tripping over each other, and whose vulnerability to Maxwell's leverage is becoming harder to hide. We are anonymous. We do not guess. We do not need rumors when the...
Let me see what else I got over here. I think, hold on, let me see what else I got over here. Shit. It just, Trump can't hide the dark. I can't. How he sued himself? He sued himself. How he sued himself? Lord. Dumb is what? They ain't got an anonymous hacker twisted earlier today. Anonymous hack Twitter earlier today. Still rolling. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Somebody hack. Oh. Hold on. We done been all over the place today, baby. We done got dog up in here. Up in here. Up in here. We got dog. Okay, y'all. Let's see. Let's get a good one. Hit the like button while I'm searching. What we cooking? Major move. Hold on. Trump loses this. Don't get goes for knockout in court. Okay. How he lose it though? I don't know. I don't know if I want him or this other cat. Let's hear this one. Let's see. How he sue himself though? Let's see this.
Don't get much more MAGA. Donald Trump is losing his base. The MAGA podcasters are running for the hill. You don't get much more MAGA than Liz Wheeler. How MAGA is Liz Wheeler? She was one of the people who showed up at the White House back in February and held up the Epstein files binder. And she goes, "I've got the Epstein files, exclusive." She held it up with all those other influencers showing what they got. And now here's what she posted. Pam Bondi's testimony was a total disaster. In one exchange, Congressman Jerry Nadler asked Bondi some very straightforward questions. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating? And in response, Bondi lost it. I didn't hear any number. I didn't hear any explanation. All I heard was a raised tone of voice, hurled insults, a flustered demeanor, and filibustering. And she goes, "I don't think the Democrats were acting in good faith.
whatever. But she goes, but Bondi's catastrophic showing yesterday and her entire handling of the Epstein files for the last year are exactly what not to do as Attorney General. You were literally there holding the binder. You were one of the people she had back in February. And by the way, here is what Liz Wheeler said on her podcast the other day. Let's play it.
My doctor told me I needed to eat healthier to lower my A1C and naturally boost my GLP-1. I didn't know where to start.
Jamie Raskin jumps in and says, I told you, Attorney General, beforehand.
Oh, yeah, where's the one where he
Pam Bondi then
admitted.
responds very combatively, you don't tell me things, you washed up. And then whether she's talking to Raskin, whether she's back to talking to Nadler, she says, you're not even a lawyer. I mean, you want to talk about theatrics here. Here's the thing. She goes, you don't like my answer.
Then here's what Joe Rogan had to say. Let's play it.
So we know Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem sent the torture video to Epstein. This is in 2009.
All them people having to resign and quit.
So Epstein was saying that. Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. Jeez. I am in China. I'll be in the U.S. second week of May. What the fuck, man? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this.
Andrew Scholes, let's play it.
So now that we know that everybody from Trump, Patel, Bondi, Bongino, like everybody that's involved in this, this is just a hoax. We don't have anything. Like they're all on record saying versions of this, right? With the latest tranche, all of that is a lie.
Yes.
Right?
All of it.
Has it been proven effectively that it's a complete falsehood?
What exactly is a falsehood?
The statements that this is just a Democrat hoax and this is, I don't even know what that means.
And then you have the Tommy Lawrence podcast and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's play it.
We have the leader of our party and our president attacking Taylor Swift, their favorite artist. That's not very good. It's things like that that are ridiculous. Like,
okay, I want to show you one of my favorite parts of the Bondi hearing, though. It was Moskowitz's question of Bondi. Let's just play that.
Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So, because I'm curious, and I'd like to see flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the
I'm
Olympics,
tired of hearing them
I'm gonna give it a
show
grade.
that
I
one.
just want to see how good it is. So, give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible.
Girl,
That's what
you
you
don't.
did.
That's the best.
You don't believe in the Bible.
Aspect of it will become a defense by the city. I believe it's a slip and fall
Was she
case.
carrying it at the time? Those things can be heavy.
I want to bring in right now Congressmember Jared Moskowitz. Congressman, it's great to see. Showed you these videos of all these right-wing podcasters who were like, even they can't cover this up anymore. Your questioning of Bondi was incredible. Just, if you can, walk us through first, though, just your questioning, what you observed there. Like, what's your perspective being in that room?
Well, first of all, I have a different take than a lot of people, Ben. I actually think it went very well for her. I mean, don't you? You don't think it didn't? I thought it went well. No?
Look, I think that if she was positioning herself for Secretary of State or Department of Defense, she's definitely next in line to the Peter Principle.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we saw this week. Perhaps she was spending time with Secretary Kennedy and boosting her immune system by, snorting cocaine off a toilet seat like Kennedy did in order to make sure he doesn't get any germs. I have no idea what that hearing was. I mean, she obviously came in with a tactic. And maybe it would have worked sparingly here and there, but, to ask every Republican for 20 seconds to respond to the Democrat, and then they didn't respond, they just read from the burn book. That's why I was like, she doesn't need to yield 20 seconds or ask for 20 seconds from one of my colleagues. I'll give her 20 seconds of my time. Like, let's do it. Like, let's hear the stuff from the burn book. I don't think it worked for her. I think the American people wanted to hear some answers on Epstein, at least some answers on Epstein, right? I mean, she could have just defended the president, which we would have expected because it's an audience of one, and then said, look, these other people, we're going to relook at this stuff. We're going to relook at these co-conspirators. We're going to relook at these unredacted names. We're going to relook at these photos. And if there's enough evidence,
Y'all, did we know?
We're going to prosecute. And she could have blamed
Yeah,
Merrick
I'm hungry.
Garland
I'm
and all
gonna
that
get
other
ready to
stuff.
go.
But you're the attorney general now. Like, start attorney generally. You know,
She don't know how. She wasn't equipped to be good. Did we know? Now we know that these satanics got their little you know, their little cult thing that they be worshiping too. They got them horns. Did we know that they was burning them up? They was setting ablaze to them. Did we know that?
Some pretty wild stuff.
Did we know that? T-Sippers. Who came in? Hey, Zonnie. Hello. Hey, Marie. Did we know they was burning up them things? I don't know if I want it on my face. Let me change the background. I don't know if I want this on my face, boo-boo. No, sir. No, sir. Did we know they was burning up the devil? Huh? Stop. No, ma'am. Did we know? Here she go. Here she go, y'all. They was over there burning up the devil. They say Satan is a lie and the truth ain't in you. And whomever walking around believing in, condoning all that the devil do, we gonna put you in here and cast you out too. Come out. Come out. Wherever you are, we rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And we gonna set you afire since you probably going there anyway. Let's hear this. Let's hear this. What is going on?
Is taking place over in Iran. Yesterday, across multiple different major cities in the country, civilians gathered together to burn statues in what appears to be a giant ritual, or basically a message that they are trying to send to Israel and other countries across the Middle East. These statues.
Oh, this is to Israel. The hijacked Israel. The 1948 Israel. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's go. So this is a message to Israel and Trump and them. Okay. Are y'all listening with your good ear? Let's go.
Or basically a message that they are trying to send to Israel and other countries across the Middle East. These statues that they are burning here are supposed to represent a biblical figure known as Baal, and more specifically Moloch, which, for those of you guys that are not kept up with biblical text, basically Moloch was a satanic figure from biblical times who was also a Canaanite, and he was a satanic figure that was directly involved with child sacrifice, where people would actually go up and burn their children alive to sacrifice to this satanic god, and in return he was supposed to help them grow their agriculture and also bring storms and rain to the land. Now, of course, he was a Canaanite, which means that he was a direct enemy of God, if you guys go based off the regular Bible text and scripture. And you guys can see in this video here, there is multiple different videos showing the Iranians actually burning this statue down, and this is due to the fact And one thing that you guys will notice about this is on top of this figure being a direct reference to Baal and Moloch, you'll
Oh, my bad.
also see that they put the Star of David 666, and in some of these statues that they actually burned down in the different cities across Iran, they also put pictures of Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and the Israeli flag. And this is because if you guys are not kept up with the newly released Epstein files that revealed tons of insane information, you would know that Epstein and all of the elites over in Israel that are basically pulling the strings around the world actually worship this satanic figure. Obviously, the Star of David is literally a direct reference to the six-sided star that is directly in reference to the Star of David and the satanic beings, along with a lot of satanic rituals. But yeah, you guys could see that these videos are absolutely insane because these people literally came together. You could see the Israel flag and some of the pictures of Donald Trump over on the bottom, and they literally sprayed gasoline all over these statues and all just go together and watch them burn. And I'm pretty sure this is Iran's way of defying the state of Israel, all of the terror and stuff that they have caused over in the Middle East. And now that we know that Epstein and a lot of the Israelis and people connected to that elite pedophile ring, who obviously do satanic rituals, worship this god Baal because it's directly referenced many times in the newly released Epstein emails. They are now burning these statues because they realize how satanic and connected to evil they actually
it's very
are,
evil.
which I think is pretty insane. It's very interesting to me as well
Very
that
evil.
over in the Middle East, after the Epstein files were released, they are now revolting and doing acts of defiance like this. But over in the West, in Mexico, the United States, Canada, and all the Western countries, they literally have done nothing. It's almost like the people are just so complacent that they're really not going to do anything about it or revolt or send any messages their way. But over in Iran and other countries in the Middle East, they are actively showing their acts of defiance by burning these statues, which are satanic. The only piece of information I'm not really sure about is why these statues were there in the first place. I'm not sure if Iranians maybe thought they had different meanings up until recently when they saw that Epstein was directly connected to Moloch and Baal, and they were actively sacrificing children to these satanic beings. But if you guys have any thoughts or theories, let me know down in the comments below. I just think it's absolutely insane. But you can see here is another image as well that showcases a little bit more clearly what is on this. So you can see it is a direct 1-to-1 ratio of what the satanic being Baal and Moloch actually looked like, where it was a bullhead that has the six-sided star that is directly referenced with Israel's flag. They have a picture of Donald Trump, who is obviously connected to the Epstein files and connected to the satanic pedophile ring in some way. And they also put the United States flag as well, since if you've done your research, you would know that the United States is directly allied with Israel. It's basically the same thing. We basically send our taxes and do everything for Israel to begin with. So they are connecting all of this. They also put another six-pointed star along with 666, which is satanic subliminal messaging. And yeah, it's just pretty wild seeing these videos. There is many different angles and a lot of footage. You guys can go and find it yourself. There was two different statues that were very identical that they ended up burning in these acts of defiance and revolts yesterday. And I'm sure if there is any more statues across any of the other major cities in Iran, they're probably going to burn those as well. But it's pretty wild that all of the civilians gathered together. This basically shows that they are behind Christianity and Islam, and they are trying to defy all the satanic power and acts that unfortunately has a grip over this world. So let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. Obviously, I like to use these videos as discussion, along with just sharing the facts and information we know. Especially if you guys are from Iran, let me know what the locals and civilians are actually saying. But we can get a discussion going down in the comments below and kind of just bounce ideas off each other and theories. And it's just very interesting that this is all taking place after the Epstein files. But over in the Western countries, there is dead silence. No one seems to really care. And I think it's just because people are so complacent, which is probably what they wanted in the first place.
Hi, I'm John Walsh. Occasional joint pain doesn't have to be a life sentence. That's why I use Omega XL, a one-of-a-kind, natural, powerful joint relief supplement. It's natural. It's
Oh, Lord. Oh, Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. get off here. I ain't trying to buy nothing.
We start with new developments in the Epstein files, and it really helps explain why powerful people keep trying to tell the public to move on. You'll hear Caroline Levitt a little bit later in the show say,
I don't want to hear
we're
that.
moving on from this story. Well, good for you, Caroline, but we aren't. Members of Congress were
I'm
finally allowed to look at unredacted Justice Department files about Jeffrey Epstein. Not all of them. Not
What
even
you saying down there? This is so embarrassing. The U.S. ain't done nothing, baby. When I tell you it's all over the place. Let's hear what Fox is saying.
On the East Coast and 9:30 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I do want to get you right back into some of the big stories that we are covering at this hour, and this is one that we've seen developing over the past several months as President Trump says that a regime change in Iran, quote, would be the
talking
best
about
thing
multiple
that could happen.
things.
His administration continues to weigh military action against Iran as nuclear talks are expected to continue next week. The president also confirming that he's deployed a second aircraft carrier.
No, I ain't trying to hear that. Let me go down here. How he sue himself? I don't know how. Let me get the cord.
This morning at 10:47 a.m. Eastern, a recording emerged that changes everything about the classified documents obstruction case. I am looking at the transcript right now. Before you dismiss this as just another headline that leads nowhere, I need you to understand what makes this different. I have built cases for 30 years. I have prosecuted obstruction at the federal level. I know what consciousness of guilt sounds like. This is
What you mean,
Let
say
me read you
strong?
exactly what the record shows. The recording captures a conversation between Trump's property director and a maintenance supervisor at Mar-a-Lago. The transcript filed as exhibit.
He keep getting busted. He don't know how to operate the phone.
12 minutes of conversation. Page 4, lines 18 through 23. He told me directly, move those boxes before they come looking. I asked him twice if he was sure. He said, just do it. Page 5, lines 9 through 14. When I said, what about the cameras? He laughed and said, there are ways around everything. This morning at 10:47 a.m. Eastern, a recording emerged that changes everything about the classified documents obstruction case. I am looking at the transcript right now. Before you dismiss this as just another headline that leads nowhere, I need you to understand what makes this different. I have built cases for 30 years. I have prosecuted obstruction at the federal level. I know what consciousness of guilt sounds like. This is it. Let me read you exactly what the record shows. The recording captures a conversation between Trump's property director and a maintenance supervisor at Mar-a-Lago. The transcript filed as Exhibit 73B in the Southern District of Florida.
I don't know
contains
why
12 minutes of
my
conversation.
phone is
Page 4,
delayed.
lines 18
Because
through
what I'm
23.
seeing him say
He told me directly,
is different
move
than
those boxes before they come looking. I asked him twice if he was sure. He said, just do it. Page 5, lines 9 through 14.
I don't know why
When I said, what about the cameras? He laughed and said, there are ways around everything. The filing entered into the court docket at 9:23 a.m. this morning includes metadata analysis. The recording was made on June 7th, 2023. My body truly grew weary of bending over to trim my nails, often pricking myself in the process. The FBI forensic team confirmed authenticity through voice pattern matching and background noise verification. This is not speculation. This is documentary evidence with electronic fingerprints that cannot be fabricated. Here is what most people do not understand about obstruction of justice. You have heard the term. Here is what it actually means in plain English. Obstruction occurs when someone takes affirmative steps to impede an official investigation. The key word is affirmative. This is not passive resistance. This is active interference. In 30 years of prosecuting federal cases, I have seen defendants try to claim they did not understand what investigators wanted. That defense evaporates when you have recorded instructions to hide evidence. Let me show you what makes this recording particularly damaging. Outside court, you would call it a smoking gun. Inside a prosecutor's office, we call it consciousness of guilt evidence. When someone knows an investigation is coming and takes deliberate steps to conceal materials,
they go to
that
cleaning up
demonstrates they
stuff,
understand those
removing
materials
stuff,
are incriminating. You
shredding
do not hide
stuff.
things you believe are innocent. The legal standard for obstruction requires proof of corrupt intent. That means the defendant acted with the specific purpose of impeding the investigation, rather than through accident or misunderstanding. When you hear someone say, "Move those boxes before they come looking," you are hearing corrupt intent spelled out in plain language. There is no ambiguity. There is no alternative interpretation. That statement demonstrates advanced knowledge of the investigation and deliberate action to frustrate it. Now let me walk you through the timeline that this recording exposes. On May 11th, 2023, the grand jury issued a subpoena for all classified materials at Mar-a-Lago. The subpoena arrived at the property at 2:14 p.m. Security logs confirm receipt. On May 13th, surveillance footage shows boxes being moved from the storage room to a private residence area. Metadata from the security system places the transfer at 6:47 a.m. On June 7th, the conversation captured in this recording takes place. The property director instructs the maintenance supervisor to relocate materials. On June 9th, FBI agents arrived to collect materials pursuant to the subpoena. The inventory they received does not match the original subpoena scope. Here is what the server logs reveal. Between May 13th and June 8th, security camera footage for the storage room area shows 4 separate gaps. May 13th from 6:30 a.m. to 7:45 a.m. May 19th from 11:10 p.m. to 1:35 a.m. May 24th from 5:15 a.m. to 8:20 a.m. June 3rd from 9:40 p.m. to midnight. The system administrator testified that these gaps do not represent technical malfunctions. The recording
You
system
didn't know
was
what,
manually
Cynthia?
disabled during these windows. Once is an accident. Twice is a coincidence. 3 times is a pattern. 4 times with surveillance footage of box movements and a recorded conversation about hiding evidence. That is systematic obstruction. I have prosecuted organized crime figures who showed less coordination in their evidence destruction efforts. This timeline demonstrates planning, execution, and follow-through that requires multiple participants acting in concert toward a shared illegal objective. The recording reveals something else that prosecutors prize: hesitation followed by compliance. The maintenance supervisor asks twice if the property director is certain about moving the boxes. That question shows the supervisor understood this might be problematic. The property director's response acknowledges the concern and dismisses it. This
Steady
exchange
getting
proves
caught.
both parties
I mean, every
recognize the
time you turn
questionable
around, they
nature
getting
of what
caught.
was being done. In my experience, that level of acknowledged wrongdoing eliminates any defense of good faith or misunderstanding. I know this feels slow. I read your comments every day, asking when something will finally happen. Here is why this matters now. The recording provides direct evidence linking instructions to physical actions. Previous filings established that documents were moved. Previous testimony established that surveillance was disabled. This recording establishes who gave the orders and when. That completes the chain of custody, showing deliberate obstruction from instruction through execution. This is not just about one case. This is about whether evidence still governs outcomes in American justice. If someone at the highest levels can order subordinates to hide subpoenaed materials and face no consequences because the process takes time, then the subpoena power becomes meaningless. Every federal investigation relies on the principle that lawful orders to produce evidence will be followed. When that principle collapses, the entire investigative apparatus loses its teeth. Let me be clear about what is at stake for you personally. The same legal system that allows this obstruction to continue for months is the system that governs your traffic tickets, your tax audits, your employment disputes. If powerful people can simply move evidence when investigators come knocking, while you face immediate penalties for far less serious violations, then we do not have equal justice. We have a 2-tier system where rules apply differently based on wealth and position. The recording also captures something that has not received attention in media coverage but matters enormously in court. Background conversation references other locations. Page 8, lines 24 through 29. What about the stuff in Bedminster? Same situation? The property director responds, "I will handle that separately." This single exchange suggests the obstruction extended beyond Mar-a-Lago to Trump's New Jersey property. That transforms this from a single location evidence concealment into a multi-state obstruction operation. Federal prosecutors now have evidence of obstruction spanning 2 states with multiple participants following coordinated instructions. The legal exposure multiplies exponentially. Each location represents potential additional obstruction counts. Each participant who followed instructions becomes a potential cooperating witness. The recording that surfaced this morning does not just prove what happened at Mar-a-Lago. It opens investigative pathways to an entire network of evidence concealment. But here is what makes this particularly damaging from a defense strategy perspective. Trump's legal team has consistently argued that any document retention issues resulted from the chaotic nature of a presidential transition and the volume of materials being moved. That defense requires portraying the situation as disorganized confusion rather than deliberate concealment. A recording where property staff discuss moving specific boxes to avoid investigation contradicts every element of that narrative. You cannot claim chaos when your employees are coordinating evidence movements on recorded lines. The voice stress analysis included in the FBI forensic report reveals additional consciousness of guilt indicators. When the maintenance supervisor asks about surveillance cameras, his vocal patterns show elevated stress markers consistent with awareness of wrongdoing. When the property director laughs and dismisses the concern, the analysis shows forced affect inconsistent with genuine amusement. These forensic details demonstrate that both participants understood the problematic nature of their actions in real time. Let me know in the comments, when you hear someone say, "Move those boxes before they come looking," does that sound like innocent document management or deliberate obstruction? I read every comment. Now here is what happened next. The recording was provided to prosecutors by an attorney representing one of the Mar-a-Lago employees. The timing is significant. This cooperation emerges after months of grand jury proceedings and witness testimony. That pattern suggests the employee's attorney recognized the legal exposure his client faced and decided cooperation offered the best path forward. In 3 decades of federal prosecution, I have seen this calculation play out hundreds of times. When low-level employees realize they are being positioned to take the fall for executive decisions, they start talking to save themselves. The cooperation agreement filed under seal on February 7th includes provisions for truthful testimony in exchange for consideration on potential obstruction charges. That agreement covers not just the recording, but additional information about document movements, surveillance system manipulation, and communications with other Trump properties. The employee has already sat for 3 debriefing sessions with prosecutors. Those sessions produce supplemental filings that remain under seal, but are referenced in yesterday's motion for additional grand jury time. Court filings indicate that prosecutors are now examining whether the obstruction extended to witness tampering. Exhibit 81 references text messages between the property director and the maintenance supervisor sent after the FBI document retrieval. The messages suggest concern about what each party might tell investigators. Page 12, lines 7 through 11. "We never talked about this. You helped with regular property maintenance. That is the story." That language goes beyond evidence concealment into active witness coordination that constitutes separate criminal exposure. The timeline now shows escalating efforts to cover the initial obstruction. This creates what prosecutors call a consciousness of guilt cascade. First, subpoenaed documents were moved. Second, surveillance was disabled during the movement. Third, false inventory was provided.
Ooh, I don't know if I can beat that one.
Fourth, participants were instructed on coordinated testimony. Each action taken to conceal the previous action creates additional criminal liability while simultaneously proving awareness that the underlying conduct was illegal. Do you think someone gives instructions like, "That is the story we tell investigators," if they believe their document handling was proper? Let me know in the comments what you make of these witness coordination messages. The legal principles here are straightforward. Federal obstruction statutes prohibit knowingly destroying, concealing, or covering up evidence with intent to impede investigation. The recording provides direct evidence of concealment. The surveillance gaps provide evidence of covering up. The witness coordination messages provide evidence of the cover-up of the cover-up. This is the kind of layered criminal conduct that makes defense attorneys start discussing negotiations rather than trial strategy. I want you to understand where this goes from here. The prosecutors have secured cooperation from at least one insider with direct knowledge of the obstruction scheme. That cooperator has provided recorded evidence, timeline documentation, and testimony about the coordination involved. The next step involves using that cooperating witness to pressure other participants. Federal investigations work from the bottom up. You get the maintenance supervisor to testify about what the property director ordered. You get the property director to testify about what instructions came from above. Each layer of cooperation moves the criminal exposure higher in the organizational chain. The recording that surfaced this morning represents the beginning of that process, not the end. When you hear federal prosecutors secured this kind of audio evidence with timeline corroboration and witness cooperation, you are seeing the foundation for a comprehensive obstruction case that will continue to expand as additional participants decide they would rather cooperate than face criminal exposure. No one is above the law. That principle gets tested when investigations move slowly and legal procedures take time. But thorough investigation is the enemy of evasion. The reason this process takes months is the reason it produces evidence that cannot be disputed. Recorded conversations with forensic authentication, server logs with metadata confirmation, witness cooperation with corroborating documentation. This is how federal cases get built to withstand every appeal and every procedural challenge. I will be tracking every filing in this case. Court documents, not media speculation. Subscribe to follow how this develops, because the recording that emerged this morning opens investigative pathways that will produce additional revelations.
Sticking his hand in somebody's pants.
Watch for supplemental filings referencing the cooperating witness's testimony. Watch for motions related to the Bedminster materials referenced in the recording. Watch for additional cooperation agreements as other Mar-a-Lago employees calculate their own legal exposure. Facts, evidence, documents. That is what determines outcomes in federal court. The recording you are hearing about this morning provides all three. The timeline demonstrates pattern and coordination. The witness cooperation shows the investigation.
They need to get on Ghislaine Maxwell being swapped.
The legal principles are clear. The consequences are substantial. This is how accountability works when the system functions as designed. I read everyone.
Okay, yeah, I gotta go eat. Eat. I may come back later. If not,
this might be the only delivery service that actually feels chef made.
I'm not sure just yet. But I gotta go. Y'all have a good one. Y'all have a good one. And again, happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Whoop, whoop. Happy Valentine's Day. Bye, y'all. They need to dig. I need to find the spot. Oh, man. Maybe I saw them digging yesterday. And I don't know what happened. And it was at the beginning. Maybe I'll try to skim through them ones to see where they done was digging. Yeah, since we done already been down the hole. Which y'all, before we go, I'll ask y'all. Which was, never mind. I'll find it. I'll try to find it. Y'all have a good one.